Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on in to another squirrely live stream. We're going to be covering a couple quick little highlights from jury selection yesterday. I think there's like two specifically that are real quick. And then we're going to jump on into opening statements. And I have to say that as far as the defense opening statements, it was maybe the most bizarre I've ever seen. I can't wait to get into this. So, all right, let's just jump right on in, and we're going to start out with this moment here with Georgia Kappelman from jury selection yesterday during voir dire that made me laugh out loud big time at work when she says something really fucking funny here in just a sec.
Maybe that was true before coming in here. Probably not for you. But the instructions of the court are level playing field. Can everybody apply the instructions of the court on law enforcement? Okay, they can make mistakes, right? They're also not perfect, like the system. Okay, what are undercover operations? Anybody know? Volunteers, just let me flounder up here. Number one. Undercover operations, like a law enforcement operation that's undercover. What does that mean?
When the people don't know that the cops are there trying to figure stuff out.
Yeah, like the cops are posing as not cops.
Right.
Posing as someone else. So they're tricking somebody, right? Anybody uncomfortable with the idea that law enforcement is permitted legally to pose as somebody else and trick criminals to get information and to solve cases? Anybody feel uncomfortable with that? What do you think? 13.
I see the benefit of it. I think the technique in which it is executed is the one that catches my attention.
What do you mean?
So if somebody, it all depends on who it is that they're going after and the subject themselves. Right? But if a law enforcement officer is posing as somebody and in order to try to entrap people.
Yes. Okay. Entrapment would be crossing that line.
Who are not intending to commit a crime. I would have.
It was amazing. The whole day was amazing.
I would take issue with that.
Okay. So entrapment would be exceeding their authority to pose as someone else. But for the sake of this argument, let's assume it's not an entrapment situation, but it is a situation where an officer is posing as someone else.
No problem.
Okay. Anybody feel like that's not fair? That's not cool? What do you think, 11?
I think if there's justifiable means to be there doing undercover work, then
I think the part that's
is it necessary though? What do you think? 5.
It depends on the context of it. Sometimes it is necessary. I feel like for police officers, depending on the crime that's committed, police officers not always go in. It depends on, like you said, entrapment. It depends on the context.
Sure.
If you're trying to entrap criminals, whereas if you're trying to just, how do I word this? It depends on the context greatly, because you can't legally try to coerce them into a crime.
Right.
Or,
hey, I'll give you $50 to take this crack rock over there and sell it to that guy.
That part, y'all, the way that I laughed out loud at work, I was listening to this in the background and I died. I was like, Georgia. Oh my God. You guys, one more time.
Legally, try to coerce them into a crime.
Right.
Or,
hey, I'll give you $50 to take this crack rock over there and sell it to that guy. That wouldn't be okay, right?
Amazing.
But what about?
Okay, so then the second little part I just wanted to watch real quick is this part where she asks a really amazing question as it pertains to what Donna Adelson being portrayed as like a elderly, matronly grandmother, right? So I think it's right about here.
Consistency is important and equals a reasonable doubt versus this doesn't matter at all, right?
And
When
I was
you do that,
when she asked this question here. I haven't seen my niece in a while. I haven't seen well.
all right, so all crimes have elements. The judge will give you the elements of the crimes, and I will be responsible, and with Ms. Dugan's help, of proving each of the crimes were committed. And that means proving each of those elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 7, what does a killer look like?
There. Y'all.
Yeah,
Please speak up, number 7.
a little louder.
Great question.
No default. Really? They can look like anything?
Yes.
I love that she pushes back on that, right? Because it's sort of like cognitively, like when she asked that question, it's like, well, they can look like anybody, right? But then she's like, but really, like if you really dig deep down, if you picture a killer, what do you picture? Are they clad in all black? Joke from all the other live streams where that's a descriptor.
Who disagrees with that? Can a killer look like anything? Number 1?
Anybody?
You know, the whole thing is like when you look at the defendant over there, does she look like a killer to you, right? That's what she's getting at.
You think?
Anybody. Can it look like your grandmother?
Oh shit.
My young.
I didn't hear her when I listened to this yesterday. I didn't hear her actually say that. Wow. I'm surprised she was able to get away with that because that's really on the nose in this case, right? Wow.
2 people. Number 5.
Oh, yeah.
Can a killer look like a granny?
Holy shit. Here's the thing. Dude, okay. You know, this is the 4th trial for this case, right? And it's always been the same two prosecutors, right? Georgia Kappelman and Sarah Dugan. And, you know, Georgia Kappelman has always done a phenomenal job, right? She's great. I will tell you guys that so far, even just from watching her in jury selection and then seeing her, like, and we're going to watch it, right? Arguing, like, for example, today, like, basically, Georgia has hit next level. Like, she has, like, kicked it up a million notches to where she's, like, cutthroat, like in a great way. Like it's amazing. She's becoming one of my favorite prosecutors. And I don't really have that many prosecutors that I really like, except for Creighton Waters, honestly. So it's really a short list. It might just be like Creighton, and he was kind of alone on that list. But now, like, she is, dude, she's slaying. She's just, yeah. So bring it.
Saw you in picture, but like anyone who's capable, like has the capacity to post it.
You could keep an open mind to the possibility that a grandmother could be a killer. And that's kind of a tough one.
I mean, I love it. She's not afraid to keep pressing, to be like, just in case you're bullshitting me, right?
And everyone keep an open mind to that possibility.
Yes.
All right. So that's like this entire day, yesterday of jury selection was freaking amazing. And if y'all want, at some point, we can go back and watch the whole thing. I thought it was incredible. I love getting to watch the voir dire. It was so fascinating. There were a lot of great talking points, right? Also, look at Judge Everett's chair. Did he have that last for the other trials? I feel like I don't remember it being this chair, but like, man, if that's not a like a G, you know, like an OG baller chair, like reminds me of something in like some fancy cigar smoking lounge back in the day or something. I've never seen anything like that in a courtroom for a judge's chair. Okay, so now though, because we don't want to get too far behind, we are going to pop on over to today. And one thing that was interesting that I thought was interesting was that he didn't do any you know, normally you have the opening jury instructions, right? They didn't have any of that. And I thought it was interesting because there's concepts that come up that were brought up during voir dire, legal concepts that weren't fully explained, because they would say, you know, the judge will explain these to you in jury instructions, right? And then there were also again legal topics, legal issues that were brought up during opening statements, but it's like the jury didn't have definitions for some of these yet. And I was like, this is really interesting. So, you know, they're going to get those at the end, but I've never seen that in a trial before where there were not opening jury instructions where they go through the whole fucking thing. You know, normally it's like they go through the whole fucking spiel, and then at closing jury instructions, they go through the entire whole fucking spiel again, but then there's like some extra, you know what I mean? In terms of just like how to deliberate and whatnot. But normally there's like the lengthy, you know, 45 minutes to an hour of just like all the legal principles. And I've never seen that skipped. So I don't know if it's just because they felt like they did such an in-depth voir dire that they felt like things were covered enough or what. But, you know, I feel like it's important to have it, you know, and I think Judge Everett is amazing and he knows what he's doing. But, you know, the thing is like when these come up, like I said, they came up in jury instructions, they come up in the opening statements, and they'll come up during the trial. If the jury doesn't have a good understanding of those legal concepts, if they have a misunderstanding, which is normal, and then they correct that at the very end after closing arguments, it's almost like too late to go back and rewrite your understanding of these things that have been persistent throughout the whole trial. So anyway, it was just something that I thought was interesting. I mean, no, they didn't do it. I was gonna say, unless for some reason they did the opening jury instructions and without the cameras, but that's not it, because the cameras came on right at 9 o'clock with the jury entering for the first time. Everything was on the record. And yeah, so anyway, did anyone else notice that and think that was weird? He did do some jury instructions. I mean, I didn't hear anything about like, you know, what we usually hear, right? Like, you know, you're the trier of fact and the judge will give you the law and definition of reasonable doubt and, you know, all the different legal definitions, right? And, you know, what counts as evidence, you know, witnesses and credibility and all the rest, you know, expert witnesses. And I mean, the whole rigmarole. He didn't go through all that. Right. And that's the other thing. Great point here as well, Kits. They didn't get into the charges and what they mean. Yep. They even said they won't go into the charges till the end. Right. So maybe that was something that all the parties agreed on ahead of time, that they would just deal with it at the end. But I don't really know what the benefit is of not having the opening jury instruction. I've just never seen that before. So, okay. Well, I need to share the right thing. All right. So without further ado, here we go from today in court in Leon County. So it's not a Florida thing. So I'm just going to bring this up. So not a Florida thing, because in the other trials, in this case, and I mean, I've only watched a bazillion Florida trials, they do it. So it would have been a decision that I would imagine would have had to been agreed upon by both parties, and, you know, and the judge, that's why he didn't do it. Because that is really standard. Yeah, it's interesting. It would be a good question for Tim Jansen next time SDS is on, because he practices, you know, there specifically, and to ask if that's like really like, is that something that happens? You know, have you ever seen that before? Because yeah, I've never seen that before. So that's funny.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. Thank you. Everyone recall.
Okay, so he's great. I mean, but we don't have time to go through every single second. So he's going to give the jury a nice warm welcome and all this, right? And basically, this is all he says. Like, as far as where normally this would be your opening jury instructions, he talks about their notebooks. They can take notes. Do they all have their notebooks? That's basically it. She's charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy. Here,
these offenses will be explained to you later in this trial.
That's it, right there.
The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence, and it is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Donna Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement.
But for anyone who's
the opening
familiar,
statement gives the attorneys a chance.
For anyone who's less familiar, that's Harvey. That's Harvey Adelson. So Donna's husband, Charlie and Wendy's dad. Yeah.
To tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the court will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will conclude with final instructions. After the final instructions are given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict in this matter. You should not form any definite or fixed opinions on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text
Now
messaging.
he goes on about this whole thing, right? The normal, don't do any of the stuff. They might take breaks. You can go to the jury room, but don't discuss the case. If you hear someone discuss the case, then bring it up to staff. Turn off your devices. Don't take photos, whatever, right? Okay.
In your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This would include reading newspapers.
Okay, so we're still going on. We're still on that one. No discussions. Don't talk to your family members. Don't discuss the case. Here's the reason why we have these rules. You don't want to do all the things badly. Okay.
Of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they believe are proper. When an objection is made, you must not speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer that question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long such a conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial.
Again, a lot of this is really just more like procedure, but not like what you would normally consider, again, when like with opening jury instructions, when they discuss all the principles of the law and all that, right? Elements of the charges. This is more just logistics, right? And again, with the notes, don't take your notepads out. Okay. And that's it. Here we go.
To give its opening statement at this time, you may proceed.
Let's go. So we have Sarah Dugan for the state doing opening statements, which she's done in all the other trials as well. That's their. These two ladies work real. It's funny because they both have the same, almost the same exact shade of blonde hair, same length. They tried all these trials together for this case, right? And every time they have got it down pat, right? Sarah Dugan does the opening and Georgia does the close.
And Dugan, Georgia Kappelman and I are representing the state of Florida in this case. And this is the defendant, Donna Adelson. We see her here at the defense table. And this is how she appeared back in 2014 when this crime occurred 11 years ago. And the reason that we're here today is because this defendant.
The way that she starts with that baller move right there. I got goosebumps when I heard this morning. I was like, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And here, the other thing, they have a lot of really great demonstrative aids. The only thing that is weird to me, and this is just a personal thing, I don't understand the blue and the green, like what, slanty roads. You see that, guys? That puzzles me. I don't, and all of their demonstrative aids, when they bring up photos and charts, whatever, they have that same, I don't know, it looks like a slanty uphill road, blue and green. I don't really know what that is supposed to be doing, but anyway, great that I love that they're using demonstrative aids, but starting with this was a baller move for sure.
Donna Adelson was part of a conspiracy to hire a hitman to kill her former son-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, this defendant's family had a big problem. And the big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was the defendant's son, Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson was the solution because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case, Dan Markel, was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys, and he was a highly respected law professor at Florida State University College of Law. Tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of his life began like any other day of his that summer. He woke up, he took his 2 young sons to preschool, and then he went to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled into his driveway and he opened his garage. But little did he know that throughout his entire routine that morning, he was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way to Tallahassee from Miami for the sole purpose of taking his life. And like something out of a horror movie, when he pulled into his driveway, the killers pulled in right behind him.
Me too, Kevin.
Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot, and he looked out the window and saw a light-colored Toyota Prius back quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and speed away. The neighbor thought that was very unusual, very suspicious, so he waited a second to see if Dan Markel also backed out of his driveway or came out of his house. And when he didn't see him, the neighbor got, a very funny feeling. And he went over to Dan Markel's open garage to see if there was anything wrong. And he found a gruesome scene. Dan Markel's car window, his driver's side window, was shattered. His glasses and his phone were on the ground next to his car. And Dan Markel was behind the wheel. He was unresponsive and moaning and terribly injured. The neighbor called 911 and law enforcement arrived to find Dan Markel with a gunshot wound to the head. He was taken to the hospital where he survived for about 14 hours before he was pronounced dead. Dan Markel was only 41 years old. And his little boys, who were deprived of their father after this murder, were just 3 and 4 years old. Bless you. Law enforcement began to investigate.
That's amazing.
To try to figure out who did this, who shot Dan Markel. The scene there, the crime scene, left no trace of the killers. There was no fingerprints, no DNA, no bullet casing, nothing was stolen. And so police began to suspect that this may be a professional killing. The little evidence that they do have sends them down.
It's really funny. It's like, was it professional? Well, in the sense they were paid, but these 2 fools shot a freaking hole in the Prius. For the Prius. I mean, anyway, it's just really funny. It's like the least professional hit job.
2 separate paths. One path is to track down that light colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. And the other is to identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to motive. Who in Dan Markel's life would hate him enough to hire a professional killer to kill him?
What she just said there is straight out of all of the PCAs for each of these defendants. And the PCAs, we've gone over them. They're impeccable. They are an exemplary PCA that is like, wow. You know what I mean? It's so incredibly thorough and so incredibly solid. And basically in the very beginning of the PCAs for each of these defendants so far, the detective is I think it's probably Isom, is basically outlining how they proceeded to go about from day one, finding, figuring this out. And they literally describe what she just said, that they had to split into 2 distinct jobs. It's like you had one job was tracking down this vehicle, right? And then you had the other job was like, who would do this? And both happening simultaneously. And it's really interesting because through PCA, they go through each of those 2 categories and then where they overlap eventually. And it's really cool.
And after years of tireless investigation, both of these paths,
PCA, probable cause affidavit for arrest,
led directly to this defendant. So first, let's talk about the path involving motive. We'll go down both paths this morning. Police investigated Dan Markel's personal life to try to figure out a motive in this case, to see who might want him dead.
You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, the 2 different paths, I wonder if that's also Super Planner Girl. I think you had a great thought with the train thing. I wonder if those 2, the blue and the green slanty roads, is supposed to represent the 2 different paths, maybe.
They learned that Dan Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's daughter. And his ex-wife is named Wendi Adelson.
Bible.
A review of the divorce case file reveals that Wendi Adelson had asked the court to allow her to relocate to Miami.
I think that's what it is. So see how they're going to put things. Okay. You know, it's so funny because I was just describing how they have the two different paths and then eventually the two meet. I think that's what they're doing. It's conceptually, it's really smart and really clever, but visually, I mean, I don't know. Now that I kind of have that thought, maybe it won't annoy me as much as it did before. But so we've got one
Worst case
path.
file reveals that Wendi Adelson had asked the
So the blue path looks like that's going to be your motive path. And then the green path, I guess, is going to be the Prius. And then the burgundy in the middle is when the two meet.
court to allow her to relocate to Miami,
that's
where
funny.
she was from and where her parents lived, with her children and Dan Markel's children, in order to be closer to her mother, Donna Adelson, to her father, whose name is Harvey Adelson, and to her brother, whose name is Charlie Adelson. The victim, Dan Markel, which y'all can imagine, is adamantly opposed to this, to his children being relocated to Miami. He works here in Tallahassee. He's a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lives. This is where his kids have been raised. He wants his children here with him. A review by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson's emails made it clear that her mother, the defendant, hated Dan Markel and was
I just have to say, I love this because when she says, okay, we're going to first talk about the motive path and what's the first name uttered out of her mouth. And again, in my opinion, I know there's some people that don't quite agree. Whatever, that's fine. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. My opinion is that they have been laying the groundwork this entire time from day one. The way they've been trying the way they've been charging and trying all of these different defendants. They've been laying the groundwork step by step to get to Wendi. And when we watched Charlie's trial, I pointed that out. I was like, there's one there, there's one there. They keep layering it on. And so again, the very first thing she starts with is Wendi. Right from the get-go. The jury learns about Wendi. And then from Wendi, it goes to Donna.
the relentless driving force behind Wendi's relocation efforts to South Florida. And, being a caring and involved parent is great, but the defendant's participation in her children's lives went beyond mere involvement or even meddling. She was extremely controlling. She had very strong opinions about.
So I will say too, so James has never heard much about this. Well, you know what? You joined right at the right time for this live stream because we're at the beginning of the prosecutor's opening statements. So you're going to need to come into this like a juror, basically, right? Without any knowledge. And she's going to lay out for you the theory of the case and what this whole thing's about. So there you go.
All the decisions in Wendi Adelson's life, whether it be about her career, her relationships, or even purchasing a home. And if Wendi Adelson would not do as the defendant wanted her to do, the defendant often then enlisted Charlie Adelson, her son, Wendi's brother, to solve the problem by getting him to kind of go to Wendi and persuade Wendi until Wendi ultimately agreed to do what the defendant wanted her to do. And while the defendant had always been controlling of her children's lives,
that's the victim's father.
The emails uncovered by law enforcement showed that this defendant was desperate to find a way for Wendi and Dan Markel's children, her grandchildren, to be able to relocate to Miami. The defendant told Wendi that she deserved more.
You see him look over at Donna?
Than just a life teaching and talent.
Look at that. So this is Donna to Wendi.
Tallahassee without her family, and that Dan Markel was essentially holding her hostage in Tallahassee because of his job. During the divorce and custody battle, the defendant's email showed that she was heavily involved in Wendi's court case, even going so far as to draft and edit the documents that Wendi and her attorney were filing in court. And
it's disturbing. And, I have a playlist for this case as I do for all the other cases, right? And on that playlist, we go through all of the Donna, it's called Donna's Unhinged emails. We went through all of them. I think we went through all of them twice because they're that unhinged. And also of note, we went through a lot of the most memorable moments from the jail calls between Donna and Charlie. And of course, we also went through a lot of the most, the highlights from the other, law enforcement interviews and the proffers of the other defendants, co-defendants, and highlights of Katie's trial, highlights of Charlie's trial. So for anyone who gets hooked on this case, as one tends to do when they're new to it, after this live stream, if you feel so inclined, you can always go to the playlist and check out all of the other live streams that we've done prior to this and get a good idea of just the whole vibe. I mean, one thing I will say is that this murder happened in 2011. So the road to justice for Dan Markel is 14 years in the making. And it is my opinion that this is not going to be the last defendant charged. It's my opinion that after Donna gets a guilty verdict, which I believe will happen, they're going to go after Wendi. And I think she will be the last one. So it could be like all told, like, I don't know what, 18, 20 years to resolve this, but they have been working and they've had the same prosecution team and the same law enforcement, like they've had the same people this entire time. It's not changed hands. This prosecutor, both prosecutors, they know this case inside and out. And what's really surprising, even just so far, we're only one day in, I was already surprised at the new things we were learning. Like there's a lot of shocking moments where I'm like, because you think, okay, well, like how much new evidence is going to come out? This is the fourth trial, these are all these co-defendants. A lot of the things are the same, but we learned, there were a lot of bombshells that happened today. And it's like, this is new. I mean, it's crazy. I can't wait for you guys to see all this if you didn't see it already.
Emailing Wendi instructions for her attorney on arguments her attorney should make and what her attorney should do. The defendant would guilt trip Wendi Adelson about how much time she and her husband, Harvey Adelson, were having to spend away from their dental practice to visit Wendi.
I swapped my numbers. Thank you, Super Planner Girl. It was 2014, so 11 years ago. I think I said 2011, 14 years. I got my numbers mixed up. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Oh, and the other thing that is a must watch, James, I'll just say since you're new, if you watch nothing else in terms of the prior live streams on this case, if you watch nothing else, watch Wendi's interview with law enforcement. That will give you everything you need to know about Wendi, aka Fievel. And as I always say, it's tradition. They're coming for you, Fievel. Those of you guys who are members, we do have a Fievel emoji.
Grandkids in Tallahassee and complain about how the family was losing income, losing patients because of their constant absences from the practice. And the defendant instructed Wendi Adelson that relocation to Miami was the most important priority in this divorce. And if it had to be her non-negotiable in the divorce. In June of 2013, the judge in the divorce case ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. And not only did the judge deny Wendi's relocation motion, but the judge dismissed it in a way that prevented Wendi Adelson from requesting the relocation again. So Wendi would not be permitted to move to Miami to be close to the defendant and her husband with the children at that time or ever, unless of course, something happened to Dan Markel. After the judge denied the relocation motion, after that was denied, the defendant told Wendi Adelson in emails that Dan Markel has not beaten the Adelson family yet. She let Wendi know that the Adelson family is a team and they are trying to win. Donna Adelson suggested in her emails several bribes to get Dan Markel to agree to relocation, like plane tickets, paying for her grandson's education, and the defendant even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, to let Wendi move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes didn't work, the defendant also suggested.
I'm going to back it up real quick. So these are taken from the emails, the unhinged emails that I referenced, where these are just snippets, guys. The emails are insane. But again, the whole family, there's a lot of dysfunction, right? And like enmeshment. And so like everything they do, it's like all together. So like, even though this is like Wendi's divorce, right? Custody, the kids, that's, as we see in a lot of cases, right? But like the whole fucking family. So like, they're all good. They're like, oh, we'll split the $1 million. And like everyone puts in $333,000. Like, it's just very, very, very odd in so many ways.
Let Wendi move to Miami with the boys. And if the bribes didn't work, the defendant also suggested several ways that Wendi could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission.
Now, one of those ways, I'm sure the jury will hear at some point. They don't hear it in the opening statements, but they will hear it because it's coming at the other trials. One of those ways is that Donna Adelson wanted to dress the children up in Nazi youth uniforms. That was one of the bullying tactics she wanted to do.
The defendant told Wendi to aggravate Dan Markel like he aggravates you. And the defendant set out a plan of action that the defendant told Wendi would make Dan Markel absolutely miserable. And she's detailing all of these in her emails.
Mm-hmm.
So for the plan of action, the defendant knew that Dan Markel was devoutly Jewish. So she came up with the idea for Wendi to pose Dan Markel's sons for pictures in front of a Catholic church and then post the pictures to social.
So she doesn't mention the Hitler Youth outfits, but it's the same event, but she doesn't go so far as to get specific enough. But again, that will come out.
Media. And even announced on social media she was getting the children baptized just to make it appear to Dan Markel that she was changing their religion. The defendant assured Wendi Adelson that this would all be an act to get Dan Markel to agree to let her move to Miami.
Oh, she does mention it. Okay, thank you, kids. I must have missed that. Maybe we might have had a client come in or a phone call. So because I was again listening to this in the background as I was working. So she does mention it. Okay, interesting. And Joe Snowman says, "This is my third watch today, and because it's you, I'll be there/here." We are so happy that you're there/here. And to quote a Primus lyric, no matter where you go, there you are. Or no matter where you go, there you'll be, something like that. No matter where you go, there you are. And actually, it might not be Primus. It might have been one of Les Claypool's other projects similar to Primus. But anyways, but we're glad you're here.
But told Wendi Adelson that in order to pull off this stunt, she had to put on the acting performance of her life.
Dude, again, the unhinged emails, check this part out.
On the acting performance of her life.
Right? You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. And, just to me, I'm just getting flashbacks to her freaking law enforcement interview. Again, it's a must watch. We actually watched it on the channel, like, I think 3 or 4 times because it's just that good. And sorry, you know what? I can do one better than that. Some of these clips that you guys may have seen, but you didn't maybe know what they're from. Let me count them. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 clips saved. These are all from Wendi Adelson's law enforcement interview, the one I was just referencing. That's how crazy. So let's just watch a couple of these just to remind ourselves and get familiar here. So we've got the classic one here.
Yesterday I was taking a walk around 5. I met a new friend. We went to Tallahassee food trucks.
Wow.
Last night, hung out with her for hours.
Yeah.
Wendi made another new friend. Are you fucking kidding me? Why?
She also Googled. There was a shooting, do you know?
I know.
Both she and John.
Stop.
Why would they
I'm going to die.
Why would that just come
I'm
up?
going. Sorry. Heather says, I met a new friend on a whole walk. Bitch, how old are you? We're going to go through these little ones because they're amazing.
My friend Elizabeth is a mortician. She's the prettiest mortician I've ever met.
You guys. Andy's friend, the fucking mortician. What is happening?
I ate a lunch. Like I had a whole delicious lunch.
So the whole delicious lunch, and Heather quotes that a lot, even on other live streams. That comes from that.
Is there any way that you would think
somebody tried to kill my ex-husband? They should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Famous last words are coming for you, Fievel.
I want to send some text sort of canceling my plans. Like I'm actually at 6:30. I was supposed to be at a party by now.
We know. Dude, I cannot with her.
This is a really hard job you guys have. Sarah, your job is very hard.
And then we also have, last but not least, the Wendi swoop with our commemorating our one and only channel troll. Shout out to Glenn.
I have that skirt.
And Glenn lives on. For anyone who wants the details, Super Planner Girl discovered that Glenn is still in Reddit. What are they called? Reddit threads? I don't know what they're called because I don't really use Reddit. But anyway, he's out there and he's still talking about how Wendy's innocent. And he's writing a book about Wendi and all this. Anyways, the Legend of Glenn. Yeah, and where's Heather of all things though? Because she loves this case. Yeah, post that on the Discord because there's going to be people that are going to want to get in on that action. Subreddit, yeah, thanks. That's the word I was looking for. Like if he's there, like he needs people. For anyone who met Glenn and wants to like have another, for old time's sake, have another Glenn interaction, and for anyone who missed it and didn't have that lovely opportunity, you can always find him there on the Reddit. So.
The defendant said that it did not matter to her if Wendi had to dress her 2 little toddlers up in Nazi or SS uniforms.
There it is. Okay.
As long as she was able to get them to South Florida and show Dan Markel that he was not in control. The defendant repeatedly told Wendi Adelson that the rest of her life, meaning Wendy's life, as well as the defendant's life, Harvey Adelson's life, and Charlie Adelson's life depended on Wendi Adelson and the boys being able to relocate to Miami. And the defendant said that she would never, never, never give up and never stop fighting for Wendi and the boys to be relocated to Miami. And she never did. The evidence in this case will show you that this defendant's closest confidant was her son, Charlie Adelson. She and Charlie Adelson talk multiple times a day, every day. And he was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendi's situation here in Tallahassee, having to live in Tallahassee with her sons. And she would often, the defendant would use very dramatic life and death terms to describe it. The defendant portrayed Dan Markel to Charlie Adelson as a crazy person who was impossible to deal with and was causing an extreme amount of stress to Donna Adelson and her husband, Harvey Adelson. And Charlie Adelson was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And her daughter and grandsons having to live 8 hours away in Tallahassee was a big, big problem for this defendant. And this defendant made it Charlie Adelson's problem to solve. And although the divorce between Wendi and Dan Markel was final a year before the murder, throughout that year, litigation is still ongoing, to say the least. Each side is continuing to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations.
So she's referencing here the blunt force trauma binder. Those of you guys who remember, we've got that, we've got this command with the eggplant, right? This one, hold on. A lot of you guys know the command, but you may not know the full origin story, which has kind of two parts to it. I'll just talk about the first part real quick. The first part to the origin story here is the blunt force trauma binder, which is Wendi's divorce binder. It's 800 pages. And when you see that binder, and it comes up in every trial, and you guys will see it, they will put that binder in front of her. And sure enough, Georgia Kappelman will ask her to find something in that binder, or to, when she's impeaching her. And then Wendi will say something like, it's 800 pages, how am I supposed to find it? And that binder probably weighs as much as I do. And that's the blunt force trauma binder. So that's part one of the origin story of this particular command. So.
Of the settlement agreement. And that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in 2014. A few months before the murder in 2014, Dan Markel alleged that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was disparaging him to his children. He was very worried about her trying to alienate him from his children. She was doing this by calling him stupid in front of the boys and telling the boys that Dan Markel was trying to take them away from her. Dan Markel asked the court to prevent this defendant from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. And this motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. And the murder of Dan Markel ensured that not having access to her grandchildren would never be a problem for this defendant. And what do you know? About 48 hours after Dan Markel was killed, after the shooting happened, Wendi Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami, moved into the defendant's home with her, and the boys started school down the street. And just like that, their father was effectively erased from their lives, and the Adelson's big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelson family is a very tight-knit family.
Oh, good. And now we're going to get the, so for each one of the subsequent trials, right, with all these different defendants, they have a very similar looking family tree, if you will, or tree of how all the defendants are connected. And for each one, they just alter it so that whoever the new defendant is, they're like the bigger picture, or like in the middle or whatever. So I was like, yep, it's the same. It's like literally, it's like exactly the same type of graphics. It's pretty great. I'll go ahead and do part two of the blunt force trauma command. So right after, like, we had the blunt force trauma binder. Actually, no, I got it backwards. Okay, so here's part one. So part one was this. I was texting with Twiz, and I was doing voice to text, which I often will do. And I was giving like a sample opening statement for, I don't even remember what the case was. I was giving like a legal example of something. I was explaining a legal concept, and I was I was like, if something like in your opening statements, you might do right? And then whatever the thing was. The point being that I was trying to say something about heinous murders. So whatever the statement was on voice to text, and these heinous murders, whatever, right? And voice to text put penis murders. So I went ahead and sent it, and then I realized what it said. It said penis murders. And so then I made it, and then we were joking like penis murders. And then we were like joking, like, you know, is that some blunt force trauma? So right after that whole thing with the blunt force trauma, then we were watching, you know, some of, I guess that would have been from Charlie's trial, right? And that binder, and the binder is so hefty and so weighty. And so like Georgia gets the binder and just like drops it down on the witness stand, and it's like a loud thud, like a dead body. It's like, bleh. It's so loud, right? And then we were like, oh my God. So like the blunt force trauma binder, because you literally could kill someone with that binder. Like if you hit them in the back of the head, they're done for, that binder. So that's now the full story of the command. Also, I do have a little clip of Wendi talking about the blunt force trauma binder. I almost forgot we have this one too.
It's very big.
It's very big. One more time.
It's very big.
And also real quick while we're here. So Charlie's trial was in 2023. That's Wendi's brother. Here is Charlie on the stand, and this is him explaining basically the defense theory of the case for his trial. Good luck with this one, guys. Whenever I talk about this theory that I'm like, I don't even know how to explain it because it makes no sense. We'll listen one more time. We'll move to proceed. This is it. This is the whole thing right here. This is it.
I'm trying to tell her that this is a big deal. Like if we go to the police on the second extortion, they're going to catch the second extortion, and when they catch them, they're going to turn, and the second extortion is going to turn in the first extortion. And then when you catch the first extortion, the police are going to come talk to us. And then when we tell them what happened, you're going to be in a lot of danger. There's no way I can talk to the police. So by catching the second, it's going to turn in the first. And that's exactly what I say in there.
The triple extortion theory. And actually, we've referenced it before too with other live streams. Like there's also at some point we had it was a momentous occasion. We had triple extortion inception. And it's like, we're just so far removed from reality because even one layer of extortion was already complete nonsense for his trial. Anyways, it's pretty fucking great. So yeah. All right, carrying on.
The defendant, her son, Charlie Adelson, and her husband, Harvey Adelson, actually all work together at their family's dental practice. The defendant,
hence the choose.
Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson are dentists there, and the defendant managed their accounts at the office. She was the details person. And this defendant, though, she managed much more than just the office for the Adelson family. She was the matriarch and a domineering one.
So much
that.
more.
She ran the office, the home, and the lives of the Adelson family members. After Dan Markel was killed, law enforcement interviewed Wendi Adelson. Wendi Adelson told police, and the police confirmed this, that she was at home having
Wendy's goddamn interview. Oh my God, that interview, dude.
Her TV fixed at her home in Tallahassee, having her TV fixed at the time of Dan Markel's murder. And when police asked her, well, do you know anyone who would have a motive to kill Dan Markel? Wendi Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to want Dan Markel dead and said that her parents had more reason to dislike Dan Markel than anybody else. At one point in the interview, police allowed Wendi Adelson to make a phone call to her parents to let them know that Dan Markel had been shot. And after she got off the phone with her mother, the defendant, Wendi Adelson, said to police, well, they acted surprised, so that's a relief. And when asked
also, I want, as far as the TV is concerned, whenever we were watching some parts like of Katie's trial and Charlie's trial, this was probably back in January of this year, maybe January, February of this year, thereabouts. I actually called Best Buy. I called Best Buy and I spoke to a tech specialist, and I had to do a really good job of trying not to make it seem like it was obvious why I was calling, although they may not have known anyway. They might not know anything about this trial. But anyway, I asked a bunch of questions and I videoed it. I videoed the phone call, and I spoke to them, and I basically completely shot down all of this entire theory when they talk about the Best Buy guy and repairing the TV and all that. All of it is complete bullshit, and it was very easily debunked by talking to the Best Buy guy and what type of warranties do they have and all that. And so I did play that. I did play that phone call on probably more than one live stream. So, and I'm sure it's timestamped for anyone who wants to watch it. Right here.
By law enforcement. If anyone could have killed Dan Markel on her behalf, She also told the police about her brother, Charlie Adelson. Wendi admitted to police that her brother, Charlie Adelson, had joked that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present, but decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And what do you know? The same TV that Charlie Adelson bought his sister as a divorce gift would be Wendi Adelson's alibi the morning of the murder.
Dumbest alibi.
An alibi, the TV repair.
Oh, dude, I cannot. I will just say that like Donna's behavior today is awful. But here's the thing. For me, no one will ever top Wendi. Wendi for me is like, I just have such strong feelings about Wendi. Honestly, I don't know. I can't, dude. Fucking Bible, they're coming for you.
Appointment that was set up
This is here.
by her parents, Harvey Adelson and Wendi and Donna Adelson, the defendant. So this path of looking into Dan Markel's personal life to see who would have motive to kill him leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a woman who vowed to never, 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 never give up on getting her daughter and grandsons to Miami, and her son, Charlie Adelson, who told his family that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel, as Wendi said, was just a joke. But if Charlie Adelson was just joking about hiring a hitman, that joke, that stopped being funny when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. While the police are trying to investigate motive, they are simultaneously following that second path of the investigation by tracking down that light-colored Prius the neighbor saw fleeing from the scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps on the morning of his murder, they uncovered some very chilling surveillance video of that light-colored Prius, fitting the description given by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot and waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to Benton Hills. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone and SunPass records gathered in this case, help police track down the exact car used to commit this crime. But police still had to figure out, okay, we got the car, but who was in this car and why?
So very great time. Kevin says, so who's the hitman? Great timing, because she says, so who was in this car? So she's going to lay it all out, who the hitmen are. She's going to get to the middle woman, Katie McVanois, all that.
Why did that person kill Dan Markel? So law enforcement did a painstaking review of digital evidence in this case. And when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding evidence in these phone records was not an easy task. And it took much longer than your average investigation of a shooting, as you'll hear. But law enforcement eventually found that needle in the haystack. They found a number that communicated with the cell tower that services Premier Gym at the exact time when the Prius was there. And it was a number with a Miami area code. And that number belonged to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement
also, shout out to DSN, one of our squirrel friends, who at some point started calling him Alfredo. And so if you guys even look back on the playlist and stuff, you'll see there's going to be timestamps where we just start calling him Alfredo. It'll be like Alfredo, whatever. So anyway, I'm just remembering that. Like, he's not Sigfredo, he's Alfredo.
Examined Garcia's call logs, and they saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was present at Premier Gym that day. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera, who is a longtime friend of Garcia, and he's also from Miami. They both are. Police then looked at Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami 2 days before the murder, so July 16th. They came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, on the 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym.
These two guys, right? They're not like killers for hire. Like, this is the only murders that they've done, or murder, right? It was just one of those things where it's like, and they're going to talk about it, right? But it's like, they were offered the money, and so they did it, right? But it's not like they're career murderers for money or anything.
It shows that these men turned their phones off just minutes before the murder took place, and their phones then stayed off for about an hour or so after the murder until they were well southbound to Miami. I think around the Gainesville area, the phones turned back on. And then once they got back to Miami, a bank's ATM camera caught them in the light-colored Prius at a bank drive-thru and caught both of the men in the Prius. So police figured out the identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel.
The defense opening statement, again, like I said this at the beginning of the live stream, but some of you guys are just now getting here, I think it was the most bizarre opening statement I've ever seen. It is bizarre. I can't wait to watch that.
You need to look for evidence to explain why these seemingly random men came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between the killers and the victim? The defendant in her emails obviously had demonstrated ample motive to want Dan Markel dead, but how do we get from these two random and hired killers to her?
There we go.
Well, those phone records that I talked about, they revealed that one of the shooter, Garcia's, most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine McBanois.
Middle
She goes by
lady,
Katie.
right there.
The
Middle
shooter
lady.
and McBanois have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship, and they share 2 kids in common. This is Garcia and McBanois. And lo and behold, these 2 paths of the shooter's car and the motive, they converge when law enforcement sees that Catherine McBanois is also one of the most frequent contacts in the phone records of Charlie Adelson, the defendant's son, the same son that she had been nagging to death about his sister being stuck in Tallahassee. Law enforcement also learned that at the time of this murder, Catherine McBanois was dating Charlie Adelson. So Dan Markel was a problem the defendant needed to solve. The defendant's son, Charlie Adelson, was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel is killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? The hitman that killed Dan Markel? Someone with a close relationship to Charlie Adelson's girlfriend, the father of her children. So you can see how both paths, followed by investigators, charted the way to this defendant. Not only by looking into the motive.
Okay, check this out. So first of all, like I said, the graphics, right? So they've got the green path being the path for the Prius. So they've got in that square, the 3 connected to the Prius. You've got the 2 hitmen and then the girlfriend, right? Or wife of Sigfredo. Then on the left, you've got the motive, aka the connections to the victim. So you've got the Adelson family. You got Harvey, you got Donna, the defendant on this trial. You got Dan Markel, the victim down there, right? Wendi Adelson, Fievel, Charlie. And then you've got these 3. And she's about to talk about how they all get converged into the middle path.
Led law enforcement to the defendant because of her hatred of Dan Markel and her son's apparent efforts to hire someone to kill him, but also looking into that car fleeing the scene led law enforcement to the defendant through her son's girlfriend at the time. So 2 investigations, 1 conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a 3rd way that the evidence in this case pointed to the defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS&V records.
There it is. Now they're all combined in the middle. I do really like the way this is laid out. This is incredibly clear. And the thing is it's a lot of people, right? She's making it look easy. She's making it look easy to uncomplicate what is actually a really quite complicated case when you've got all these characters and a lot of different, it's just a lot to it, right? There's a lot of moving parts. She's making it look really easy. And I will just say, like, for anyone that really knows the case and following this for a long time, that's her talent. That is because this case is not easy to, she's making it look easy. And these graphics are a huge part of it. And, they didn't have this in the other trials, at least not the same demonstrative aid. They might have other, they might have had pictures or whatever, but they didn't have this. And this is phenomenal.
Of all the suspects, and saw that in the months after the homicide, Garcia, Rivera, and McBanois all acquired some big ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. McBanois got a breast augmentation surgery and later received a black Lexus
murder boobs
sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine McBanois' bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation. Bank records also showed that McBanois' account had a huge spike in cash deposits around the time of the murder. She deposited more money in her account in the 5 weeks after the murder than in the entire year before the murder. And this was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere.
Okay, and you see that huge spike? Look at that huge spike. This is where it really gets interesting. She lays this out so well of connecting the middle woman, Katie McBanois, to the family, and it's all through the dental practice. And that's where Donna really puts herself in the position to be in trouble because, well, you'll hear.
Also, about 2 months after the murder, this defendant added Catherine McBanois to the payroll.
There
it is. The Adelson family's dental practice, the one that she kept the accounts for, the defendant kept the accounts for. And the defendant started issuing her regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks, despite the fact that she did not work there at the time. McBanois didn't work there. Law enforcement noticed that each one of the 44 checks that were written to Catherine McBanois every 2 weeks over the course of the next 2 years after the murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson.
Right there.
So the money was talking, but what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying.
That's a brilliant line right there, isn't it? Let's hear that again. That was brilliant.
The murder were signed by this defendant, Donna Adelson. So the money was talking, but what about the suspects? Law enforcement wanted to know what they were saying. In examining the phone records in this case, law enforcement noticed a distinct pattern of communication surrounding important events or dates in this case.
This is really crucial in establishing the connection. Because remember, it's not just murder, it's conspiracy and solicitation, okay?
The phone calls always went from this defendant to her son, Charlie Adelson, and then from her son, Charlie Adelson, to his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, and then from his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to the shooter, Garcia, and then back the other way, like train cars. They only seem to touch the car directly in front and directly behind them.
Yeah.
The defendant never calls her son's girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, or the shooter, or vice versa. Charlie Adelson never calls the shooter, or vice versa. So, if this is a murder for hire conspiracy, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant and Charlie Adelson are wisely insulating themselves from the actual shooters by having McBanois act as the middleman?
Yeah.
Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover operation designed to clarify who are the members of this conspiracy and how information was traveling within the conspiracy. Police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of Charlie Adelson and Catherine McBanois, the people in the middle of this train car. And this is what's known as a wiretap.
Title III.
By this point, though, it was April of 2016. It took about 2 years to do this investigation to find out who was in the car and to get this wiretap going. So at this point, it's been 2 years, almost 2 years since the murder.
Incredible.
And at this point, in April of 2016, Charlie Adelson and McBanois are no longer dating. They've been broken up for over a year. Catherine McBanois at this point is actually back together with Garcia. We heard they're on again, off again, and have these kids together. Charlie Adelson has moved on to, he's had many other girlfriends at that point since McBanois. And Charlie Adelson and McBanois, though, they are still friends. They remain close friends since their breakup, and they're still in regular communication by April of 2016, even though they're not together anymore. Rivera, the second hitman in that Prius, was in prison by this point, doing time on an unrelated charge. And the defendant is happily taking care of her grandkids all day, every day. So all the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with murder. So what reason would they have to be discussing the murder at that point if police are listening in? They wouldn't. So police needed to stage an event that would generate some conversation, some activity between the members of the conspiracy.
And what they're going to be looking for is, does it follow that same pattern, that the pattern that they had when they were planning on the murder?
So they could see who the members of the conspiracy were. Their plan was to send an undercover agent posing as someone on behalf of Luis Rivera. He was the hitman who was incarcerated by April 2016. To walk up.
And there it is. So this is a still photo from the body cam that we will watch, and they played at the other trials too, of what they call the bump. And I'm sure she's about to explain it. So you've got your undercover agent, and then there's Donna being approached for the bump.
The defendant, Donna Adelson, on the street. There's a fly right in front of me. It won't leave me alone. To walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to blackmail her for money. Law enforcement refers to this as a bump. So this undercover agent posing as a blackmailer, and this is an actual picture from the surveillance cameras, that this is the undercover agent passing a piece of paper to Donna Adelson back in 2016. This undercover agent is posing as a blackmailer. He hands the defendant a piece of paper, and on the piece of paper is a news article about Dan Markel's murder.
Yeah.
And written on the piece of paper is a phone number and the amount of $5,000. He tells the defendant that he knows the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's basically there to blackmail to get more money out of them or out of her on Rivera's behalf to even things out, because he knows they're taking care of Katie. He never says Charlie Adelson's name or anything about Charlie Adelson to Donna Adelson. The defendant then puts the piece of paper in her purse and walks away without ever looking at the piece of paper because she knew exactly what it was about.
Oh my God.
Then law enforcement listens in to see what will happen next.
Yep.
Will the defendant go straight to the police to report the blackmail, or will she do something else entirely? As suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that this defendant calls is Charlie Adelson, despite the fact that the blackmailer never mentioned Charlie Adelson to her. On that first call, you would think the first thing that Donna Adelson would say to Charlie Adelson is, "Oh my God, so crazy. Some man just came up to me, handed me an article about Danny's murder, and he's demanding money from us." But she never says any of that. In fact, the defendant never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells Charlie Adelson that she needs to talk to him in person about some paperwork that was just delivered to her. She said that it involves the two of us.
And that really confessing to a conspiracy. God, it's just so good.
He should know what she's talking about. The defendant and Charlie Adelson continue talking, and she says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she says, the TV is probably about 5.
Here it is.
The defendant tells Charlie Adelson that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never says which ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson. She never says Magbanwa's name to Charlie Adelson in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson never asked his mom, my ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend? He's had a lot. He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew the TV is probably 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder.
There it is. This is the actual piece of paper that was handed to her, to Donna.
The TV was the alibi, and he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was the only ex-girlfriend that he had solicited to find a hitman for him, Catherine Magbanwa. And we know that because after this call with his mother, the defendant, Charlie Adelson, calls Catherine Magbanwa. He does not call his most recent ex-girlfriend or even the one before that. He calls Catherine Magbanwa. And his call to Catherine Magbanwa is the only call he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he hadn't dated her for about 1.5 years at that point. And although they threatened to do it very often, neither Charlie Adelson nor the defendant ever reported this attempted blackmail to the police. You all will hear the calls between the conspirators, and as you listen to these, you'll notice that they're being very cautious about what they say. It's apparent that they're being very careful about the words they use because they are all immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be behind the bump. Law enforcement could be the person who came up to them on the street and gave her the paperwork, and law enforcement could also be listening to their conversations. After Charlie Adelson's first call to Catherine Magbanwa, Charlie Adelson then meets up in person with his mother, the defendant. And in person, she gives him the paperwork that this blackmailer gave to her and makes it Charlie Adelson's newest problem to solve. And naturally, what does Charlie Adelson do? He goes to the next train car, Catherine Magbanwa. Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanwa meet in person at a restaurant called Dolce Vita in Miami. And while they sit at their table in this busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent is sitting at a table nearby with a camera hidden in a bag, recording the conversation. So this is an image from that video recording the conversation. And in the recording, we hear Charlie Adelson discussing whether the man who walked up to his mother could be an undercover police officer, or he could be someone trying to legitimately blackmail them. And if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who just saw a way to make a quick buck? Or is it another situation entirely, which would be much worse for the Adelsons? Is it actually someone with inside information about Donna Adelson's role in the murder of Dan Markel? And that person could tell police what they know. Charlie Adelson reassures Catherine Magbanwa, that if it is the police, that is a good thing. Charlie Adelson thinks that, hey, if it's the police, that means the police don't have enough evidence to charge anybody. You know, they're just fishing for information. And in fact, Charlie Adelson tells her, hey, if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. It's important to note that at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made in this case. And the only thing that police had released to the public at that point was a photo of the light-colored Prius that fled the scene. Police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public didn't know that yet. So that fact is interesting in light of some of the things that Charlie Adelson started saying to Magbanwa. He starts giving her several analogies involving rental cars being used to commit crimes. He reassures her that the police can't prove a person committed a crime just from someone's DNA being in a car that was used in a crime. In order to prove someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed.
He's wrong.
So he's trying to reassure her that even if they identify who rented that car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for this murder.
Idiot.
Charlie Adelson also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit the crime, or the suspect confesses to the crime, or a suspect.
Charlie giving legal advice to the middle lady who's co-conspirator. Amazing. Oh yeah, and with that call being recorded by the FBI. Wait, sorry, hold on. The call being recorded by who?
The FBI.
Ah, yes.
Is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So he's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence in this case, about no witnesses, and trying to let her know that, hey, as long as we all stay quiet and nobody confesses or gets caught talking on a wire, then we don't have anything to worry about. And he begins educating Catherine Magbanwa about how blackmail works. He tells her that, hey, if this is a guy who knows information, there's 2 ways of dealing with this guy. You know, we could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing us could be charged, and then that blackmailer is going to start talking, and the police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is just a one-time thing. and we'll try to scare him off by saying, if you come around again, we'll go to the police. Charlie Adelson gives McBanois very precise instructions on how to deal with the blackmailer. He tells her to call the blackmailer and tell her that my friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm just going to give you this money as charity, but don't contact these people again or they'll go to the police. And Charlie Adelson said he would give McBanois the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer who approached his mother, except that he's concerned that this guy won't go away. He'll get that $5,000 and then he'll just keep coming back and coming back for more money. We'll see him as an easy target. And so Charlie Adelson then offers that the best solution might be to have the blackmailer killed and that he's willing to pay whatever it takes. He says, so help me God, if they F with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. And after hearing that Charlie Adelson wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, McBanois then asked Charlie Adelson to help her out. And Charlie Adelson reassures her she'll be taken care of and reminds her she's on salary at the parents' dental practice. After Charlie Adelson finishes this meeting where he's getting McBanois to then solve the problem of the blackmailer, he gives her they say goodbye. He gives her a big hug that's captured on camera outside by the FBI. And then Charlie Adelson immediately calls the defendant to let her know everything's fine and he has handled the situation. He does this using some pretty obvious code words that you'll often hear these conspirators use to mask the meaning of what they're talking about in case law enforcement's listening. McBanois then, also using code words, calls Garcia, and she tasks him with calling the number on their paperwork and finding the identity of the blackmailer. And in the series of recorded calls that y'all are going to hear later this week, you'll hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, relationship advice, false leads, listings, patients, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pigs, all these terms that are obviously normal words, but they're used in context that if you're listening to the conversation don't make sense. So after that undercover operation was over in 2016, Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia are arrested, and they're charged with the same charges before y'all in this trial. Yep. Luis Rivera, who was the second person in that Prius, cut a deal with the state and told law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible for it. He told police that he was hired by his longtime friend Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. Rivera described how Garcia told him that this was a job that McBanois was able to get for them, and it was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, and that Rivera was going to get a third of the money. Rivera said that during the trip to Tallahassee, Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were hired to kill and some handwritten notes. And during that trip, Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to McBanois, where Garcia told her that the job was done and McBanois assured them they would get their money the next.
Why is Donna's defense attorney nodding along? Like, yeah, this is really good. Like, yeah, I'm with you on this. What? I mean, honestly, it's a precursor for what is about to come.
Day, which they did. That McBanois brought the money the next morning to Rivera's home. And law enforcement checked cell phone records, which corroborated Rivera's information. Law enforcement told police that the money that he received from McBanois the next day was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was basically in stacks of 1,000. Each stack was made up of $1,000 bills that were then stapled together. And after each stack was stapled together of 1,000. And after learning this from Rivera, McBanois was arrested, and that was in October of 2016. During this trial, you'll hear that the Adelson family had access to a lot of cash because there's
now we're about to get to the money laundering, but not in the standard way that you would expect.
Family gave cash discounts at their dental practice. Like if you paid in cash, you would have to pay less than if you paid on a card or check. And they kept the cash that they received in stacks and they stored it in a safe. Law enforcement also learned from Charlie Adelson's friends that Charlie Adelson had a very unusual practice of keeping his money in these $1,000 stacks that were stapled together, just like the money Rivera received. And over the last few years, since the 2016 arrest of Garcia and Rivera in May, and then of McBanois in October 2016, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. 3 years after Garcia's arrest in 2019, he was convicted at his trial. Law enforcement continue, though, to gather evidence. They continue to interview people who may possibly have information and to clarify all of these recordings the FBI did that couldn't be clearly heard. And thanks to their tireless efforts, in March of 2022, Charlie Adelson was indicted. 2 months later, in May of 2022, Catherine McBanois' case went to trial, and she was convicted. During McBanois' trial, Catherine McBanois took the stand, and she insisted, this is back in May of 22, she insisted she had no knowledge of the murder. The Adelsons must have just gone around her to hire the hitman directly. That's what she testified to. Her defense team insisted that the state's theory was correct about every co-conspirator except for her, for Catherine McBanois. That Catherine McBanois was just this victim of bloodthirsty and desperate prosecutors and investigators, and just a victim of this set of circumstances that appeared to prove one thing, but was actually, the truth was something else entirely. However, after being convicted at trial and sentenced, McBanois finally decided to testify about the plot to kill Dan Markel. And
it's really sad with Katie McBanois because she's serving life in prison. So she did not, she didn't take a plea deal. We'll talk later about the best plea deal that was ever offered to anybody of all time, and that person being Katie, and that she turned it down. So in other words, it's like back when she had the chance to like tell the truth and then actually benefit from it, she didn't do that. And then now that she's serving life in prison, she's been testifying at all these subsequent trials and actually telling the truth, but with nothing to gain. It's really something else, actually.
Admitted that she was the connection between the Adelson family and the killers hired to kill Dan Markel. McBanois testified in Charlie Adelson's trial in October of 2023 and said that Charlie Adelson wanted to hire someone to kill his sister's ex because his mom was stressed out over all of the problems his sister was having with her ex-husband. McBanois said Charlie painted a picture that Wendy's ex was this terrible man causing his mom so much stress that she couldn't sleep or eat. McBanois agreed to help him and ended up recruiting her children's father, Garcia, and also Rivera to kill Dan Markel. She says that the night of the murder, she went to Charlie Adelson's house to pick up the payment for the murder. And when she arrived, Charlie Adelson said that his parents had just been at the house and that Charlie Adelson had the money for her there.
Okay.
Law enforcement was able to corroborate this claim with phone evidence showing that Donna Adelson went to Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. McBanois then spent the night with Charlie Adelson that night, and the next morning, on July 19th, he put the money that she was to divide up into the trunk of her car. McBanois says several things about the money stood out to her. She said it was stapled together in stacks of $100 bills and that it was damp like wet. She then delivered the money to Garcia and Rivera afterwards.
Now she will testify, Katie will, but just to tie this all together with, remember when I said the money laundering, but not in the traditional way, Donna literally washed the money in the washing machine, and that's why it was wet.
McBanois said that when she asked Charlie Adelson about the money being damp, he said that his mother the defendant had actually washed the money, and that she and Charlie Adelson kind of laughed about the fact that the defendant had literally washed the money, so it couldn't be traced. In Charlie Adelson's trial, Charlie Adelson took the stand, and he testified that McBanois, Garcia, and Rivera were all in on this crime together, but that the Adelsons had nothing to do with it. They were the innocent ones. He had crafted an elaborate story in which Garcia and Rivera came to Tallahassee on their own, killed Dan Markel without his knowledge or his family's knowledge, and then these killers colluded with McBanois to play he and his mother for fools and extort money out of them. And for many reasons, which will be revealed to y'all in this trial, Charlie's interpretation of the facts was not reasonable to believe, and he was convicted. Charlie Adelson was convicted in November of 2023.
There it is.
And within hours of his guilty verdict, this defendant began to plan to flee the United States to a country that she could not.
Okay, and this dude, yes, Sarah,
be extradited from, in order to avoid being arrested for Dan Markel's murder.
The one-way ticket to Vietnam, baby.
Defendant on her phone researched countries that did not have extradition treaties with the United States, and she applied for an emergency visa to Vietnam. She was overheard planning to put her money in trust for her grandchildren, and she and her husband purchased one-way tickets with a fast-track emergency visa to Vietnam. And Vietnam does not have an extradition treaty with the U.S., as she would have learned from her searches. And just days later, she was stopped by law enforcement on the jetway in Miami International Airport, where she was boarding her one-way flight to Vietnam. And she was then charged for her participation in the murder of Dan Markel.
Naturally, we've also watched the body cam footage of Donna's arrest, also a classic. And it'll probably be played at this trial. So if you missed it, I'm sure you'll have another opportunity. There's Harvey Adelson again.
After the defendant was charged, law enforcement received information from women who said that the defendant, Donna Adelson, was offering them bribes in exchange for false testimony in this trial.
Now, this is a new element to this trial, right? This gets so fucking insane, you guys. And was all new information that we did not know, because when there were motions in limine regarding this, they were under seal. So we did not know any of this until this came out today in opening statements.
They said Donna Adelson promised them money, housing, veneers, prescription
veneers. How? Was Donna trying to say that she was going to somehow arrange for these defendants who are awaiting their trial and they're being held in custody in Florida? Is she going to somehow arrange for them to go all the way to North Dakota to a maximum security penitentiary and meet up with Charlie, who also, by the way, has been receiving death threats from the Latin Kings and has had to move around to other places because of that. Like, sorry, it's yeah.
Drugs, if they were willing to testify that Catherine McBanois told them
Veneers.
a completely different story.
You know,
about-
another thing too, I will say, Veneers. Do you really think Veneers are their priority? Like, if you're in jail and you've been in there for a long time, I would say, you know, probably cavities, rotten teeth, gum disease, you know, that type of thing would be a priority. If you're going to get if you're going to be bribed with something that will never happen about dental care, but veneers. I mean, it just shows how out of touch Donna is with reality, doesn't it? Well, I mean, that was already obvious. It's just it's a veneer over what was already out of touch with reality, if you will.
the crime than the one that she would be testifying to.
Mm-hmm.
One informant was even able to show law enforcement a script, a question and answer session for a direct examination and trial that Donna Adelson.
This is crazy. And it doesn't surprise me because when you see the, if you know, again, in the unhinged emails, when you just see her level of, what's the word? Micromanaging is a really nice way to put it. That's not accurate, really. It's like way more than micromanaging. Like she did the same thing. Like in the unhinged emails, not only does she give Wendi a script on how to handle this whole divorce thing, but she actually goes back and forth between calling herself Donna, who she is, and she switches into a different voice, you know, when you're writing something, and she starts becoming Wendi. And she goes back and forth between speaking in the first person as Wendi and then speaking in the first person as Donna. It's a bit on the, I mean, it's really something else. So again, it's like next level shit. This doesn't surprise me that she did this, but we did not know about this until today. And like, there it is, handwritten. So now and the fact that, in other words, her inability to not try to micromanage the shit out of trying to convince or bribe somebody with a fake bribe to commit perjury and whatnot. She couldn't not micromanage it to the extent of which, what does she do? She puts all this in writing. I mean, she's just incriminating herself further. Like, here it is in writing. Now there's actual physical evidence. It's just crazy. Because if it was just a jailhouse snitch testimony, it wouldn't hold that much weight. But you know what? Who cares? Because Donna did all the legwork. Look at this.
Herself wrote, and that Donna Adelson wanted this informant to memorize and come into court and perjure herself by reciting it to you here in trial.
I bet she would have made them practice it.
Please listen to all of the evidence that y'all are going to see and hear in this trial. I know it's been a long week already, and we have a lot of evidence for you in this case. But when you do, you will see that this defendant conspired with her son, Charlie Adelson, who solicited his girlfriend, Catherine McBanois, to get this murder done. And then this defendant paid her with cash, with checks for the job once it was completed. The defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or just talking about it. And these acts make her guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if she was the one pulling the trigger in the garage herself. And while the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within her family, they came at a very high price. She took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys and caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. And at the conclusion of the evidence in this case, you will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
This is the part I referenced this earlier in the live stream. I got emotional. Like, I was at work, right? And like, I normally can't watch. I'm normally just listening. But when I could tell that she was wrapping up, and I'm like, oh man, they're gonna go in. Like, I could tell she was getting ready to finish her opening. And so I looked at the phone so I could like make sure I was live or whatever, you know. And I saw this. And like, I just got like, I'm really emotional because this is like what I said earlier about this is like, what an incredibly strategic and well laid out, first of all, investigation. Like everything about this has been done so well done. And then this opening statement specifically, the best one yet. And like, very strategic, very linear, very logical, very left brain, right? Or right brain rather, I guess. And then just to finish it with this picture of Dan Markel, who was so beloved. And that's like the heart element, right? And the thing is they, again, these prosecutors have been on this case since 2014 when he was killed. So that's not, you don't normally have the opportunity. Like when we talk about like the heart element, like they have been dedicating their lives for 11 years to getting justice for Dan Markel. They have been trying one defendant after another, and they're still going strong, and they're not done yet to get to justice, no matter how long it takes. It's just a different level of commitment and different level of heart than normally you wouldn't see, or, maybe there wouldn't even always be an opportunity for, right? Because this is just a really unusual case with the length of time and just the fact that it's been all the same people on the case the entire time. You never see that. So anyway, I just thought this was a really beautiful way to end this, but wait till you see what happens next, y'all.
In this case, which is a verdict that this defendant is guilty as charged. Thank you.
Briefly appropriate.
I mean, wow. So they take a little break and then they come back for defense opening statements. Are you guys ready for the most bizarre thing I've ever seen for an opening statement? Like this is, oh my God.
Educate himself so that he could get near at the law.
Why? Okay, so I guess their timestamps are not correct for TV. And actually, that's right. So there's some problems with this feed. So I'm going to switch over to a different feed for her opening because that's right. They have some problems. Court TV had some problems here. So give me just 1 second. Let me pull up the other one. Okay. All righty. There's no sound yet, guys, in the court. Okay. And can you guys hear it? Because I got a notification from StreamYard that something happened with the audio. Let me know if you guys cannot hear it, because there wasn't sound initially, but there should be sound now. So let me know if you can't hear it. So there's Jackie Fulford here. All right. This is insane. Yes, Judge Everett. Thank you. No sound. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna back it up. She only just got started. Let me back it up. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. So let me just unshare, reshare, and that'll fix it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this is something else. Okay. Try that again.
Is the defense prepared?
Can y'all hear it now?
Opening statement at this time. Yes, Judge. You may proceed.
Can y'all hear?
Your Honor,
She was walking with a limp, y'all.
my name is Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet. Well, I'm going to try and talk.
Y'all notice that limp she had, like a pirate's peg leg, man? Does she used to be Blackbeard in a previous life or something? Watch this. Watch.
Your Honor, counsel.
Jesus Christ, man.
Good morning. My name is Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Mr. Zellman, represent Mrs. Adelson, and I don't think you've heard my voice yet.
Oh my God.
I'm going to try and talk slow because if I don't, the court reporter is going to scream at me. I just want to start by saying this. Remember, during the course of the proceedings, that the state always gets to go first, but the defense has a right to be heard too. So please keep that in mind until
you're being more fair than I am. Thank you, Kitzmitz.
You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool. I'm old fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but.
Okay. So where did I first start to go? My jaw dropped literally when she said the presentation was pretty cool. I was like, wait, what? But it was like, that was just the beginning.
So please keep an open mind until you hear from us as well. You just sat through an opening statement. The presentation was pretty cool. I'm old fashioned, so I don't use that kind of stuff, but
you know what's so funny? This is so par for the course because, as y'all know, with the law, law and the courts are like a bazillion years behind regular people. It's like what the presentation, right? The state's presentation, like that's not high tech. That's like from like a bazillion. You know what I mean? It was just pictures. It was just pictures on a screen. She's like, that's high tech, and I can't handle that. So that's too high tech for me. It's like, oh my God. Yeah.
An hour you heard about this killing. So we're going to talk about that in a minute. And you heard an awful lot about why they think Donna Adelson has the motive to kill Danny Markel. And you heard an awful lot about what other people did in this case. But not a single
piece of
evidence was discussed.
Still PowerPoint. PowerPoint's been around since what? So does anyone want to look it up? When did PowerPoint? What, 1990 would be my guess? 1992.
Adelson.
Love it. It's only been around for like what, probably 30 years or something like that.
This hired anybody to do this or intended that this happen? And I just want you to be mindful that when we're at the end of the case and the judge gives you the instructions, and he gives them, I won't do that. When he gives you the instructions, he's not going to give you an instruction that says the state has to prove motive. He's going to give you elements of each offense, and he's going to say that each element of each offense has to have actual evidence to prove that. Not motive, actual evidence that those things happened. We're going to have a long trial, and I know you all are kind of prepared for that, at least in your mind. You know what's going to happen, and it's going to be long, and we're going to have days. And you're going to hear a lot of evidence and phone calls and text messages and emails. But I want to ask you to never, ever stop thinking for the 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks that we're here about why it is we are really here.
Mm-hmm.
Not just because Donna Adelson is on trial, but because 2 men killed Danny Markel. Don't forget Danny. He was an amazing professor. He was very well educated.
This is like it starts out and it's like, okay, wait, what's happening? But the way that this goes on for so much longer than you would ever think possible. Anyway, I just speechless, absolutely fucking speechless.
Agrees. I think
my jaw was on the floor.
From law school there. He was a professor. He had students. He was very well respected by his peers, his colleagues. He traveled all over the place to talk at conferences. They wanted him there for him to come and speak. Very
like that was also weird for a number of reasons, because like they wanted him there. Like, you mean he didn't just like show up and like trespass? Like, how else would he get invited to speak like that? Anyways,
man, and I can't say I know because I never met him. I wish I had. But I know he had to be proud of all that he had achieved. It was his career was important to him. Him continuing to educate himself so that he could get tenure at the law school as a professor. He worked very hard. He earned a lot. What he did not earn was for somebody to do this to him. You're going to hear that Wendi Adelson, the daughter of my client, was married to Danny. And I'm not trying to be informal when I say that. I respect Mr. Markel, Dr. Markel, but because so many people in the trial are going to refer to him as Danny, I'm going to do that if that's okay. But I
think that could backfire, because here's why. If you guys noticed that even in the prosecution's opening, she referenced him as Dan, but sometimes Danny. He was called Danny. And in other words, the jury might not have thought anything of it, but she just pointed it out. It's one of those things, right? Now, let's just say that had in like, let's just say in voir dire and in the prosecution opening statements, let's just say they also called him Dan. And then she comes out and says Danny, and they hadn't heard that yet. That would catch their attention, and this would be more warranted. But at this point, they've already heard him being called Danny, and they would have no reason to think that that's weird or informal or whatever, offensive, whatever. But this seems like one of those things that she planned to say ahead of time and didn't tweak it based on what actually happens. Like when she was trying to plan this opening statement, like way in advance, maybe she was like, oh yeah, let me add this line in. And then like didn't consider that, oh, I don't really need that because they've been calling him Danny. You know what I mean? Because this doesn't make sense. And it just, anyway, I think if I was on the jury, this would backfire me. I'd be like, well, yeah,
any disrespect by doing that. More important to Danny Markel than anything in the world were his little boys. He had 2 little children when this happened to him, a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. When the divorce first happened, when Wendi moved out, he did not want the divorce. That was in 2012. And they squabbled during the divorce. They did.
That's
Each side argued for their side. The other side argued for their side. That's what happens in divorce. Divorce is not fun. Divorce is not usually friendly. Some of us have had friendly divorces, but not.
Well, not most of them don't result in an 800-page forced trauma binder. Just saying.
But moving forward to 2014 is where we're going to concentrate on, because that's when Danny was killed.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2014, with these little boys that he had, the divorce had been over for a year. Relocation, the opportunity, even discussion about it, ended. On July 31st, when the final judgment was entered, relocation was over. The state told you that.
Good point there, Joe.
Denied it with prejudice. She could never raise it again. Nobody was fighting anymore about where these little boys would be. Danny advocated for not only himself in the divorce, he advocated for his children. They are an important part of his life. He wanted as much time as he could get with them. They ended up splitting the time equally between Wendi and Danny. Their schedules changed a little bit on how they worked that out, but it was 50%. This bug is driving me crazy too.
There's the bug again.
Sorry.
The fly, the return of the fly.
He continuously, from the time Wendi moved out till the time
The fly's a
he
legend
was
now.
killed, spent as much time as he could get with his children. He loved being with them. If it wasn't his time
Shout out
to
to
have
the
the
fly.
children, he would go to their little preschool and spend time with them there.
Or we're getting into
He
Skype.
wanted to talk to them on the phone as much as he
Here
could.
we go.
You guys are way younger than me,
Oh my God.
so maybe you don't even know about this, but I guess there was a thing called Skype. I don't even know if it still exists, but I guess it's like FaceTiming, but doing it on your computer. And that's how he wanted to talk to his kids, so that he could see them when he wasn't with them while he spoke to them. Now, at 3 and 4, it's kind of hard to wrangle them to sit down in front of a screen. So Danny came up with a really good idea. When he Skyped the children, it would be most of the time after the kids had had their dinner and had their baths, where they're kind of calmed down. They're not in their little running around state. And he would read bedtime stories to them. He didn't have his little kids. He still wanted to know that when the children went to bed, they didn't forget about Daddy. And he made sure that didn't happen. These kids are not deprived of their father. Their father was brutally taken from them. Not just when they were 3 or 4, or 5 or 6, or 7 or 8, but up into their teens. They lost the opportunity because someone took it from them to grow up with a father, to have his involvement and influence in their lives, to talk about what he did as a kid and share his experiences. All of that was stolen from him. That's very important. This Skyping that he did with his kids, Mrs. Adelson, when she had the little boys, actually arranged so she could do that with him. And she would keep the kids in front of the screen while he talked to his children. You've heard a lot about how she hated him. She said some ugly things during the divorce. Pretty foul things, actually. But you're going to learn through the evidence why that was occurring and how she was actually interacting with Danny. They're two very different things. I want to talk to you now about my client, Donna Adelson. She is a normal person, just like all of us. At the time that this happened, she was 64 years old, married to her husband, Dr. Adelson, a dentist. Now they've been married 54 years. It was somewhere in the 40-year range when this happened 11 years ago. And she got up in the morning and went to work, not at her and Harvey's business, like you were just told. She went to the business owned by her son. Every morning, they got up and they went to work. She did the books. She kept the books. She greeted patients. She got charts out at 7:30 every morning. She was there and organized and had everybody ready to go because they had a little staff meeting. So everybody can know what to expect, what patients they were going to see, what they were going to take care of. She was there working, sometimes late into the evening, just like all of us. She's a normal person. People who know Donna will tell you that she is not the person that the state is portraying her to be. She's kind, caring, loving. She cares more about people than she does about herself. Now, what happened on July the 18th of 2014? You've heard the state describe it, but I want to talk about it for a minute. The state is going to be able to prove to you some of the things they were talking about. Can everybody see it okay? No? Oh,
Clearly. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you. So the state told you that he got up every day, just like he normally did, on July the 18th of 2014. And I just want to say this also. Throughout the trial, you may hear me say that he was murdered on that date. Somehow he survived for another 11 hours. But in my opinion, all the evidence is going to show that what killed him took place on the 18th, and he was just able to survive long enough.
Kitsmans, are you thinking about, are you having flashbacks to Mr. DeFore? Was anyone that was here for Ezra McCandless? I know Kitsmans was. Let's just watch this real quick because this is very much akin to that. Where is it? Although with Mr. DeFore's poster board, definitely is better than what she's got going on. And part of it is because he has this like the glitter vibe going on here. Let's see.
However, sorry, team approach, I guess.
He loved that poster board. Oh my God, that's just bringing back so many memories. Nostalgia. That was such a great trial to cover. That was so much fun. And it was so interesting. I was a great fucking case. Great trial. Yep. There it is. Yeah. Right. It was so magical. Every time he got to pull out that poster board, it was like a kid, like a childlike smile and laughter. It was just incredible. It was like a kid at Christmas. It was great. Mr. DeFore was adorable. Yep. He was so proud of it. Yep. It was so great. It was so great.
So on that date, July 18th of 2014, these two men, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, followed Danny
Alfredo
all over town. Started at his house, followed.
I mean, look at this though, compared to, look at the gun picture. Like this is just, God.
Him to the school where the little children were going to.
I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's like, you don't have to be a high-tech wizard to produce something that is not this shitty. You know what I mean?
The preschool where he dropped them off. Watched him drop those kids off. Followed him to the gym. Waited outside the gym for him. Followed him to his house. Pulled up in the driveway. Mr. Markel is talking on the telephone to someone. And he notices someone's coming into his driveway. And while he's talking on the phone and says something about needing to see who this is, he turns and looks in the direction. And this man, Sigfredo Garcia, is holding a revolver. And he points it at him. And you may hear testimony that there's some evidence that maybe he tried to, well, you know what you do in defense when somebody's going to hit you or whatever, you put your hands up. He saw this man pointing a gun similar to this at him. And in that instant, I cannot fathom how terrified he must have been when this man shot him, not one time, but twice. One of the shots is almost right between the eyes. He was brutally murdered by this man. This man, Luis Rivera, who you've heard them mention in the state's opening.
She's like, are you confused? Did you forget who you're representing here?
Traveled with this car. This is an actual picture of the car, and the state's going to show it to you. This is the Prius that they were traveling in. This is a surveillance photo that the investigators were able to find to know that it was a Prius that they were looking for. This man supplied the gun and drove the car following Danny.
Great.
Drove it up into the driveway, less than 3 feet away from Mr. Markel, whose engine is still running, and he's on the phone, and he waits while this man kills him. He hears the shots. This guy, Mr. Garcia, runs back to the car where Mr. Rivera is in the driver's seat, and he's the getaway driver. Supplies the gun, knows what they're going there to do, kill him, and drive off. They drive off. The state can prove that about Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. But they're not on trial here, right? You heard they've already been on trial. Then you're going to hear, as the state said, that they can prove that everybody can see, okay? They can prove that Katie,
like it matters.
Catherine, some people call her Katie. They can prove that she's the one who set it up. This is the father of Katie's children. This is his buddy that was recruited to go along on this trip to kill Danny. They can prove that she arranged these guys to do it and that she's the one who paid them the money that was in stacks, stapled, $100 bills, all $100, well, there may have been something other than $100 bills, but each stack was $1,000 stapled together. And you're going to hear testimony that that's exactly what he did with his money. He kept it and saved it for a long time. And you're probably going to hear testimony that this happens on July 18th, and on July the 19th, Mr. Adelson, Charlie Adelson, which is her son, gave approximately between $130,000 and $138,000 that he had in his safe that he collected and stapled together. His money went to her, not Miss Adelson. They can prove and how that he paid her to get them to kill Danny Markel. That's what they can prove. And they've done it 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
The problem with this is like, she's really, and she continues to do this, just keeps going. She really tries to challenge the jury that this is what it is. It's like, you know, like she just laid it all out. And she's like, yep, they can prove that. But however, it's like, if you go overboard like that, what you can open yourself up to as an attorney like her is the jurors feeling like they need to correct you when you're that over the top, right? So I just found myself doing that because literally as she was saying, what was she saying specifically? Right, they can prove that, right? Okay, they can prove.
Paid her to get them to kill Danny Markel. That's what they can prove. And they've done it. 1, 2.
That's what they can prove. Right. And of course, the no evidence has been presented at this juncture, but this is what the evidence will show. We can expect if you're on the jury. And if that's the case, as she's outlining, it's like what I found in my mind was I'm like arguing with her, which is like there might be people on the jury doing this, right? Because she's so over the top with it that it's like, well, hang on though. What about Donna signing the checks for Katie? Because she's making what this defense attorney is doing. She's making a big deal about who paid who. The connection is the money, right? Well, if you're really going to hammer that point home, what about Donna writing the checks to Katie? You know what I mean? For one example. And then also she's like, yeah, this is how they're connected. 1, 2, 2. And it's like, well, hold on. We just saw an entire brilliant opening statement that showed how everyone's connected, not just through the Prius and not just through the money, but also through the motive. And anyways, it's just, by being so, what's the right way to say it? Strong-headed maybe, or whatever, about like, this is what it is. It's just, I just feel like you're really almost inciting people to want to play devil's advocate, if not argue in their heads with you, potentially.
3, 4 times.
And if that happens, then you're just solidifying the state's case, right?
This case is really a lot about theory and motive and not evidence.
She didn't.
The state has a theory, and for the past 9 to 11 years, in fairness, probably 9 years, they have told the whole world that Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. Mrs. Adelson was the reason that this happened. They've told this story, and
that's not what they said. Honestly, it's Wendi. And it would, they're not saying, dude, she's honestly, this is probably objectionable because she's putting words in their mouth that they didn't say. They didn't just say, this is the reason that this happened. And why? Well, because the whole scheme of this, it's all these co-conspirators, right? Each person played a part. And there's not just, this is the reason why it happened. It's like, anyway, that's just really, dumbing it down in a way that's incorrect. However, if they were to say something like that, which they wouldn't, if they were to say this is the reason it happened and put it like that, which again they wouldn't, but if they were to do it, I believe the reason would be Wendi and not Donna. So again, see, she's making me want to correct her. So
it's outrageous. It gets people's attention. It's made a lot of money for the media, interviews, specials. Some people in jury selection said they had watched these specials. Lawyers on there, investigators on there. They made a lot of money for the media, and it got big attention because this is outrageous what happened. It is truly outrageous. But what's more outrageous is without any evidence,
also
only motive and theory, they put her at the top of this pyramid. She's the matriarch. She's a matriarch.
Yeah, Joe Snowman just put this in a really succinct way. Thank you so much for summarizing my thoughts. She's making such a big deal out of it's not my client that they will focus on is why it is her client. Yep, well said. Well said.
Mastermind behind Danny being killed, and they don't have evidence of that. That's what's outrageous. It's outrageous that he got killed, but it's also outrageous that we're sitting here with a jury, and you're going to hear a lot of theory, a lot of motive, and a lot of what they believe the evidence means. They don't get to decide that. The evidence is what the evidence is, and I ask you to patiently sit here and really pay attention to all of the evidence that you hear, every witness that they put on, every piece of evidence that they present to you.
Okay, you said it.
All of it. Don't for 1 second. I'm not asking you to ignore any of that. Please listen to all of it closely. Look for what they actually have as evidence that Mrs. Adelson planned. She planned Danny Markel's murder. That she engaged these men to kill him. And that she gave the money.
Shout out to the fly.
To her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board. $3,000 a month.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I'm gonna go back to the other feed because the sound I think is better, and this is worth being able to make sure we can really hear it because this is fucking hilarious. So let me pull it up. Which one is it? Not this one. I believe it's this one. Okay, so let me just see if I can find where we were. Approximately. Oh, I think we're almost actually to the end of her opening statement. Okay, let's see here.
They can prove that she arranged these guys.
Yeah, the sound is definitely better, but the court they had issues earlier on. So yeah, we were a little bit past this. Good. We're going to be able to hear this part. Yay. Because this is just really something else right here. Okay.
Planned. She planned Danny Markel's murder. That she engaged these men to kill him. And that she gave the money to her son to give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board.
Right there, the evidence about the $3,000, I have that here on this board. It's like, just so you know, like I put that on the board. It's almost like wanting to, it's like being a kindergartner wanting to get like a kudos. Like this is craziness. I have that here on this board.
Find evidence of that.
And also, why is it so small? That's what she said. Why is it so small? Why did you not get one like Mr. DeFore had? That's the actual size of the easel. Why is it so small?
To give to Katie to pay them. You won't find evidence of that. The evidence about the $3,000 a month, I have that here on this board. $3,000 a month.
Good for you.
Good. Charlie Adelson gave $2,000 a month, and he instructed his mother, for reasons you're going to learn in the trial, out of his business account to put her on payroll. She worked for him and she paid that money. It's this man's money, not Donna Adelson.
There's no evidence that she did any work. Like this is the problem, right? Like this whole thing where she's like being so like, this is honestly, this is objectionable. The evidence is not going to show that she did any work for the Adelson Institute. And in fact, on day one of trial, this very day, in the first, they put on the first couple witnesses, that already has been put before a jury. That the evidence showed she didn't lift a finger. So why are you like, dude, with the fact, like she would have been better off at this juncture just hoping the jury forgets about that and not mentioning it, because this is crazy.
Out of his business account.
I mean, I mean, I understand that the evidence can be viewed different ways. However, this is one of those things that really, I think, is pretty factually clear, and she's not being truthful and honest with this.
To put her on payroll. She worked for him and she paid that money. It's this man's money.
She did not
Donna Adelson.
I mean, okay, let me correct it. And maybe maybe that was a Freudian slip again. Maybe what she meant was she worked for him, as in she did work for Charlie, as a middle person, right? Yeah, he hired her to solicit and murder, right? So if that counts as work, right? Maybe that's what she meant. If that's the case, then sure, but not for the Adelson Institute.
At the end of listening to all of the evidence, we're going to have an opportunity to make closing arguments. And the judge is then going to give you, well, he's going to give it before, he's going to give you all of the instructions on what it is that you have to decide. Did the state charge and then prove that Mrs. Adelson committed a conspiracy? Not one of the elements, all of the elements, proven by evidence, not theory, not motive.
Right, and that's a great point too, Joe. The conspiracy, right? She's trying to, well, and honestly, Charlie had the same type of thing. It's like what this attorney's doing, right? It's a conspiracy to try to get roped Donna in when she's innocent. It's like there is conspiracy. This is a conspiracy case, but that's not the conspiracy that happened here. Right? It's like the legal version of conspiracy that is based, backed up by factual facts and evidence.
For each count, then solicitation, all the elements. So while you're listening to the evidence, you don't know what those elements are, but think about what each thing it is that the state has alleged. She planned it.
That's
she got people to do it. She intended that he die. That this woman wanted to take away the father of her grandchildren for the rest of their life because of relocation that happened a year ago and was done and over. And at the end of the case, because there's not going to be evidence that she did this, keep an open mind. Listen to all of it. We're going to ask you to find her not guilty of every single count. Thank you.
Thank God she's done. All right, guys. All right. So here's the thing. As far as the rest of the day, so we have, the first couple witnesses, right? Law enforcement, we have like the neighbor, we have the medical examiner. He died because he was shot in the head. But here's what we're going to go to. We're going to go to the part where she gets in trouble from the judge. And we're gonna also watch Luis Rivera's testimony and a couple other interesting things that happen here. These foundational witnesses do a great job. They're short. They lay it on out. They totally just lay out everything that they said they were. Everything the state. That's the other thing. Everything the state has said they're gonna show. Right. The evidence will show. We're gonna prove this. They've already made good on like a solid probably 40% of those foundational elements that they reference. Right. Because we all know, right? If you haven't heard it before, you can hear it now. That what you don't want to do as an attorney in opening statements is tell the jury, they're going to have this or that or the other thing, and then not follow through with that, right? Don't promise them something that you're not going to give them. So anyway, it's really incredible how just efficient, right? And with so many, these witnesses that are not on the stand very long, they just are laying it out, and it's so well done. But again, just for the sake of wanting to, we appreciate that. You guys can always watch it, if you want to. Obviously, Court TV has timestamps here, but I really want to get to some of the other stuff that has more tea, if you will. And is also different from what we learned in the other trials, or new / insane. So, okay. So now we're going to go to this part where Donna gets in. Oh, actually, no. First, we have to get right. Right. Okay. We got to watch the part where Donna gets in trouble, and then we're going to watch some of this crazy stuff that happens outside the presence of the jury. All right.
Yes, ma'am. This is the one from gunshot wound number 2 to the left cheek area. If you remember on the x-ray, it had kind of a barrel shape to it. I don't remember, but you see the barrel shape here.
And for the record, that was 33, now publishing 34. What does this show?
This is
upper left, maybe. Again. Thank you.
I have a tiny screen.
This is the bullet that we pulled from the right side of the brain. On the x-ray, it's getting a little pretty deformed. You can see that we've taken one picture, one aspect of it here. Here's the identifying label.
What is meant by the term cause of death?
That is how that person died.
Very
And is it part of your job?
Yeah, Twiz, if you're scooting around, you might want to check out this dude's beard if you didn't see it earlier today.
Assistant medical examiner to determine a cause of death.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able to do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the cause of death?
Gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about manner
That'll
of
do
death
it.
meant by that?
That'll do it.
Manner of death is how what were the circumstances that eventually led to the death.
And do you have an opinion as to the manner of death?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Homicide.
There he is.
Dr. Clark.
Dude, though. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, look at this. She took her fucking her little headphones off, right? She's trying to act like she's got some hearing issues because she's old and feeble. Her cardigan and whatnot. She took those off. You know what that means? If she really has hearing problems, it means she's not hearing his testimony without those on, right? This is just like with Murdoch when he would start doing that thing where he would start crying when they were talking about, they would show the graphic photos of Maggie and Paul. And you could always knew when they were going to do it because sometimes they announced it ahead of time, but you could always see their little preparations that they made to cover the screens and da-da-da. And like the cameras would only show the witness on the stand and anyway, but Murdoch would always do this where like they sometimes they would announce it and they would like show one of these like, the horrible graphic pictures or whatever. And the jury was seeing it. But you know who wasn't seeing it was Alex because he wasn't able to see it where he was positioned because otherwise the gallery would have seen it. So he would like react as if he could see it, but he couldn't see it. Anyway, this is like Donna with her hearing. Like I can't even. And there's no tears. I mean, it's classic, right? I will give Alex this. Alex as in Alec Murdoch. The one thing I will give him is this. He was at least able to conjure actual liquid from his nose and eyes when he was fake crying, which, a lot of these defendants don't manage to be able to do. So.
Manner of death.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
Homicide.
No further questions.
Dr. Clark.
Judge, this witness can be excused, and this might be a good time to take our lunch recess.
Very well. Dr. Clark.
And I will just say, right, like that's brilliant, right? It's like, yeah, you're gonna try. What a role model, right? Like, yeah, I'm gonna learn from Murdoch. It's fucking hilarious.
You may step down, sir. Have a good day. Members of the jury, we are going to take our
Scold
lunch break at this
her,
point.
and I love it so much. Judge Everett is amazing, and he's so fair. And like to me, this was a big deal. I've not seen him do anything like this before. The fact that he's going to scold her here in a second, admonish her, I was shocked because what this would have taken a lot for him to do, like to get to this point, and for him to say something about it. What I would interpret that as is that he's far more bothered than he let on. And this has probably been an ongoing thing. Like, and they've had certain hearings, right, that have been closed because they're talking about certain, like the jailhouse snitches and whatnot. So they've had certain, arguments for motions in limine and what have you that have been without cameras. We don't know what goes on. I get the impression that this has been a theme and something that that's a problem because for him to say something was quite significant.
Been previously instructed, I'm just going to remind you again, you are not to discuss this case with each other or any other person. During your lunch break, you may eat together if you choose to. Again, you may converse about any manner of things, but this case. Does everyone understand this instruction? Please raise your hands. And for the record, the jurors have raised their hands. Please return at 1:15. Enjoy your lunch break.
Your brother was murdered, Kevin. I'm so sorry. It's awful. Right. In this case, cause would have been gunshot wound to the head, manner of death would have been homicide. See, like, dude, he must be so fed up for what's about to happen that it's really crazy.
Before we go on the recess break this afternoon, I do believe this merits a small bit of discussion on the topic.
Oh boy.
The matters that we've discussed at sidebar concerning emotional responses. I do feel it is important at this point, Mrs. Adelson, when testimony.
So there again, so that means that they've already discussed it. They've already discussed it because he references that. This has already been an issue that they've talked about, dude.
Or the evidence. I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements, any expressions of disagreement, or any emotional outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm
Here's the thing. Any of you guys that saw Charlie's trial, just as an example, because this was not that long ago, and it was the defendant right before her, and it was the same judge and the same people, everything, right? Charlie, y'all remember Charlie? Charlie was constantly shaking his head in disagreement, kind of laughing and smirking under his breath, right? Like constantly. I mean, he was very animated. He was constantly making gestures. Now, there wasn't any crying, but there was plenty of, like he's saying, like the problem that he's saying isn't just crying, right? He says, where is it? Okay.
saying? The testimony is occurring or the evidence. I know you may have a natural reaction, but as best possible, you need to control your reactions concerning any head movements,
Any head movements,
expressions of disagreement, or any emotion.
expressions of disagreement. Charlie had constant both of those, okay? On a really, really, really large scale level. Like it was really, it was really animated, right? Like you couldn't miss it. I mean, it was more overt even. Like, and the laughing under his breath type of thing. It's never happened to Charlie. Like that's why I'm saying there's gotta be a history here with her. He must feel like she's putting on a fucking act to a level that we can't understand at this point. Maybe someday we will be able to understand. Maybe someday they'll be able to talk about it. And by they, I mean, the prosecutors, maybe after everything is done and they've tried everybody they're going to try. I mean, like y'all, it's crazy.
Outbursts. The jury must decide this matter on the merits, on the evidence. Do you understand this? Very well. I do not wish to do this in front of the jurors at all, but it's very important that you are able to control your emotions. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does either party need to be heard before we go into the lunch break?
No.
Right. Please report back at 1:15 as well. I believe we have 3 other witnesses that we can possibly get through this afternoon.
What do you mean, James? Your question? I don't think I understand your question. Are you saying if I had to pick a judge to be an attorney, like an attorney to represent somebody? Is the question kind of getting to like who's my favorite judge? Is that kind of what you're asking, or maybe you can clarify? Okay, so now we have this part. This is crazy. This shit, dude. This trial. It's just. I think that this has got to be so far the most exciting one, in my opinion. So far, this is like the most exciting one yet, in terms of just like all the stuff that's going on behind the scenes and the new information. Like this is winning, and by winning, I mean it's because Donna's failing.
They've got some objections to my exhibit that I intend to introduce with this next witness. His exhibit 64 is a female exhibit. It's a composite. And I haven't had time to look at all the ones they're objecting to, but I know the first one is marked as State's Exhibit 64A.
Okay.
This is an email initially from Donna Adelson and Wendi Adelson, and we replied March 28, 2011. It includes content in paragraph 3. It's a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids and how annoying that is to Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says.
Georgia, this is what I'm talking about. Listen to her tone as she says this. After that whole opening statement, and this attorney for Donna cried and all this, the way that, and this happens several different times throughout this until the end of the day when they discuss things outside of the jury, the way that Georgia just, oh my God. Her tone of voice says it all. This is crazy. Like, watch.
It's a discussion of Dan and his parents attempting to spend time with the kids and how annoying that is to Mrs. Adelson. You can read what it says.
Dan wanting to spend time with the kids and how annoying that is to Mrs. Adelson. I mean, it's like, yeah. So here's the evidence, right, of how Donna really felt, and they're objecting to it. Maybe they should have thought about this before they did the opening statement the way they did. I mean, this is crazy. It's like self-sabotaging in a way. And I don't get that confused with ineffective assistance of counsel, because remember that standard, or that in order to prove ineffective assistance of counsel, it's a really, depending on how you look at it, a really high bar or a really low bar, but basically you have to be dead. There's cases where defense attorneys have fallen asleep at counsel table and the defendant still did not get ineffective assistance of counsel. So basically they have to be dead. So don't get it twisted now. It's not ineffective assistance of counsel, although maybe they're ineffective, or if they're effective in the opposite way of what they should be. It's like wrong team, right? Own goal. Yeah.
Relevance grounds, relevance is that Mrs. Adelson hated the victim and that hatred extended to his parents as well.
Ms. Fulford?
This is while they're still together, Judge. This is 2011. It has nothing to do with Danny. It's a derogatory comment made by my client regarding Danny's parents.
It was a derogatory comment made by my client.
Wendi made comments and Mrs. Adelson made comments, and they're not relevant to this case. This is while Danny and
They're not relevant, she said. I can't.
As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, is there a time period where it has to be within
The thing is, and here's why it's relevant. She made it relevant. That's the other problem. She made it relevant, as in Jackie Fulford, the defense attorney, because they're getting to the heart of like character evidence to Donna, right? He just asked a question. Let me back it up. As to whether your client had any animus towards the deceased, right? That's Donna's state of mind. That's Donna's character. And by the way, we already know she's going to testify. They've made that abundantly fucking clear. That'll be amazing. But she put that at issue with her entire opening statement of like, Donna was so supportive. She set up the Skype, which is like newfangled technology that whatever the fuck. And like, you know, I mean, y'all, we just heard it, right? I mean, the evidence shows the complete opposite of what she represented in her opening statements. Like I said, yes, evidence can be viewed in different ways. But like I said, too, a lot of what Jackie presented in opening is factually not correct. And honestly, it's, you know, not surprising that she was removed from the bench, honestly. This is not proper. This is not the standard for attorneys. This is just not okay. And she should not. I don't think she should. I mean, I'm just like, oh my God, it's like so disastrous. It's funny, but when you really think about it, this is really messed up because she really should not be, I don't think, practicing law. Honestly, they should have just disbarred her instead of, you know, removing her from the bench. Well, now look at what she's doing. All right, carrying on.
Any animus towards the deceased is there
right. Just to sum this up, the defense attorney has put this at issue to where now some of this evidence might not have been able to come in if it really goes to like Donna's character. They might have been able to keep some of it out, right? If it was like straight up character evidence. Because now that Donna's the defendant, it's different than when Donna was not a defendant. Like, for example, if it came up in Charlie's trial, it's different, right? Because obviously all the defendant's rights. But she fucking opened that door. Again, taking a lesson from Murdoch for some reason, right? Like, was she like, oh, wow, yeah, let's kick the door open on ourselves multiple times over. That's a great idea. Yeah. Well, they're well on their way, let's just say.
Time period where it has to be within the divorce?
It's not animus towards the deceased. I'm talking about her comments towards his parents.
Dude, I was Northwest. I would say so. And I mean, like, it remains to be seen if they haven't opened. You know, it's a cumulative thing too, right? If they haven't opened it all the way yet, they've opened the door somewhat, right? And I remember again, it was even Murdoch as an example. There were different issues where it was like some of them the door was like swung wide open. Other times it's like, okay, the door's cracked, but it's not halfway open yet. We got it, and then it was like, then something else would happen. It's like, okay, now it's halfway open, but we're not quite there yet. So, but it's cumulative, right? So they're well on their fucking way. And I can't remember. It might have been from Tim Jansen. Like, word on the street is Rob is going to testify. So, oh, it's going to be a disaster. It's going to be amazing.
Kettle as it relates to the comments
there you go.
Going towards the parents.
It's relevant, Judge. Goes toward motive. She did not want these children to be with the father and with the father's family. She wanted them with her.
And that's the thing, because for anyone who didn't know this is getting to the grandparent alienation thing, right? For anyone who didn't know, there's actually a new law that was passed in Florida that's named after Dan Markel. Because Dan Markel's parents, they live in Canada. They're obviously also grandparents to his children. And Donna Adelson back then and continued to strive to completely alienate them and has not followed the rules. You know, they had to get mediation and all this. She's not followed any of it. It's a whole thing. There's a whole story of that, right? With the grandparent alienation. And it was like not good enough to kill Dan Markel. It wasn't good enough to get Wendi to move back to Miami. It wasn't good enough to have custody of the boys because now Dan's dead. It's like she had to take it further than that and completely alienate the grandparents. Oh, and for anyone who didn't know this, right? Also they changed the boys' last name. I'm sure I'll get to it. She changed their last names. Those boys, their last name was Markel, and she had it changed to Adelson. Like, it's above and beyond. Like let's just say her purpose was just to be able to have the kids, right? Let Wendi have custody. You know, they all move back to Miami, all that, right? She could have just stopped there, even though that's already insane. But like the steps, she took it so much further than that. It's like there's a vindictiveness. There's definitely a vindictiveness. And in fact, in Donna's unhinged emails, which I keep referencing, there are numerous times where Donna literally says, we have to win at all costs, basically, to where it's like, even if it's like to their own detriment, right? Offering $1 million. I mean, there's countless examples, right? Even if it's to their own detriment, it's like, we have to win at all costs. It just to win, just to be vindictive, just to be cruel. Like they don't gain anything or they might lose. Like they could have stopped. Anyway, hopefully that you guys see what I mean? Like it's just.
That's what happened.
That's not what this email says.
Right. That's not what the email said. It's not a confession of murder. It's a expression of dislike. Just goes to the motive.
Donna wants to testify out. I can't either. I can't believe it either. It's crazy. Wendi's in Colorado now, guys. She left Austin like a couple months ago, or maybe a little more recently than that. It's recent. She's in Colorado now. No, I mean it's Wendi having the custody of those kids. It's horrific. And honestly, again, for anyone who hasn't seen it, please watch Wendi's interview. And again, on the playlist, we watched, again, it was like the beginning of the year. We watched Wendi's interview is so, it's just so much. We watched it like 3 or 4 times all the way through, and it's like a 4 or 5 hour interview. We watched it like multiple times because it was just, and honestly, I remember the last time that we watched it all the way through, I had made a whole list of things that I noticed that I was like, oh my gosh, we hadn't even noticed these before. We need to do another round. So maybe we'll do another round at some point of that. But anyway, if anyone hasn't seen it, definitely check that out. The unhinged emails are also on the playlist, so are the jail phone calls. And as you guys know, I do really detailed timestamps. So yeah. But if nothing else, like I said, everybody needs to have seen Wendi's interview. And if you see it, you will understand why it's concerning that the children are with her. Besides the fact that she's an unindicted co-conspirator for murder and will, in my opinion, eventually be convicted of murder. Besides all that, in addition to all that.
All right. Much of this email does lack relevance or probative value for the jury. However, Ms. Kappelman, does this tie into other messages which otherwise would demonstrate the motive you're trying to prove? Or is this a standalone item?
I mean, there are other emails that express similar sentiments. I don't think they're specifically tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
A visit.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Oh, yes.
The confidence. Oh yes, it's like, of course. But I love how he asks the question without being like that question is so it's like a rhetorical question in my mind. But I love how he asks. He's just so neutral and balanced. He doesn't like it to me. And again, I will just say, like, having followed this case for so long, it's like I wouldn't be able to ask that question with a straight face. I just props to him for asking that genuinely. But then Georgia comes back with the answer that is like, that's where I'm at, right? It's like, duh, basically, is what she's saying. Like, here we go.
Tied to the visit that's referenced in that particular email.
Are you arguing then that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Very well. No objection. I will permit it only on the grounds that it shows that the defendant had a consistent animus towards the deceased or his family. However, if the defense is asking for a limiting instruction as to this evidence you requested now.
Yeah, no, Harvey was not.
We're
Harvey
asking,
was not.
yes, we would ask for limiting instruction. This is not directed towards Danny Markel.
I don't think they have any intention of going after Harvey. That's my personal opinion. I don't think that's what they want. Harvey, honestly, and I'm saying this like this is like Donna's personality, and again, it's really reflected in the emails. She's so, what's the right way to put this? Her personality is so domineering that, if anything, I think that my personal opinion here, I think she thought and still thinks so little of Harvey that it's like he's not good enough to be part of our murder scheme. Like, honestly, I think he was kept in the dark, like, for a lot, like, and there's a lot of examples, and I probably have times where that's reflected in like in the jail phone calls and the emails and all the other stuff. It's like Harvey's like not cool enough to be part of their murder crew, basically, right? My interpretation of the state is they're going to come for Wendi, and I don't think they're going to come for Harvey. And oh, what else was I going to say? There's something else I had there. Oh, well, I'll think of it.
I mean, if you take a look at it, Mrs. Adelson is complaining that Danny and Wendi have to schlep the boys down to see his parents instead of them driving up to see the boys. It has nothing to do with trying to keep the boys from the family. So I'm not sure what limiting instruction would be effective, but this is as to it doesn't express any animus to Danny. So I'm not sure what it means.
He's all right there, though. He's outlining animus towards Tallahassee, which is a whole other theme that they need to avoid at all costs. Because if nothing else that they do could alienate, could or would or has or will alienate this jury, when the jury learns how Donna feels about Tallahassee, it's done. I mean, if it wasn't already, so. But what he's explaining, he's like, it wasn't so much they wanted to keep them apart. It's just that they really hate Tallahassee. They didn't want to come to Tallahassee. That's basically what he's trying. That's how he's going to try to argue this. It's like, is that really the route you want to go, though?
The state's theory is not hatred towards Danny Markel's family. And so I'm confused.
As to the state's theory, please clarify this issue.
State's theory includes that Mrs. Adelson hated all things Dan Markel, and all things Dan Markel needed to be erased from these children's lives, including the grandparents. Now, I know Your Honor has precluded me from mentioning visitation with the grandparents and things like that. Obviously, that's always been a part of the state's theory, and I understand that I'm limited from including that, but it is important to show that this animus existed as far back as 3/28 of 11. And this is the first item in the exhibit because it goes back furthest in time. I think it's important.
We're not going to be wasting a lot of time on this back and forth. This is the point of pretrial motions. On this point, as it relates to the state's theory of the case, that defendant had animus towards the deceased or his family. It will be permitted on those grounds. If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Your Honor, I'm at a loss.
You guys. Okay, well, all this disaster continues. Let me just say something about Wendi. So this is my personal opinion of this entire thing. The state has been really methodical about how they've handled this. A lot of people don't understand, why are they being charged one at a time? Why is it taking so long? I think they had a plan. This is my personal opinion, right? I think they had a plan all along from the beginning. And they were playing the long game, makes it sound almost unethical. But that's kind of the way to say it, right? They had a vision. They had a vision. And I will just tell you guys, that all it takes is 20 seconds into her freaking interview. I'm telling you guys. And I guarantee you, whether they'll admit it or not, like law enforcement that was watching that in the room and or behind a screen or whatever, they knew. Like, when we watched it a number of times, I've said it then, I'll say it again now. To me, that is the most guilty looking interrogation I've ever seen. And I'm including interrogations or interviews where people actually confess. Wendi does more than that, in my opinion, in that interview. And for everyone who's like, wow, that's a bold statement. We broke it down. I broke it down a lot of times because there's a lot, it stands alone, honestly. And so it is my interpretation that, her interview with law enforcement, right, that I keep referencing, was like what, less than 2 hours after he was shot. She was having lunch with her girlfriends. They came and got her. They brought her in, and when they start that interview, it's just like 2 hours after he was shot. So it's right after. Okay, she's the first person that they talk to. Why? Because she's the ex-wife, and they have no idea what happened. She's the first person they talk to. I guarantee you, it was from 20 seconds in, they understood what they're like. Yeah, like she's guilty as fuck. Like she's involved. Like, you know what I mean? Like they knew it. And it wouldn't surprise me if they could tell that she was so separated from whatever happened, like maybe too conveniently so, that there was a vision, and you can see it. If you watch the other trials, you see the way they've done this is very strategic. They had a vision. And the vision, I think, is like this. This is Wendy's. This is Wendi. Wendi needs to go down for this. None of this would have happened but for Wendi, right? But that she's the whole point of this entire scheme. And when I say scheme, what I mean is the conspiracy, the solicitation, the entire family being involved. The whole point of that, and everybody doing the most, the entire point was to protect Wendi. Think about that. It was to protect her so that she would be the farthest removed from the victim. Why? Because everyone knows she's going to be the first person they look at. So, that's the only connection. Like, it's like Wendi and Dan were married, right? So they put as many people as humanly possible between the two, right? And they keep her, as in their minds and their goal, as isolated, as separated as possible to protect her, right? That's the whole goal. When you think of that was their goal, then you understand, okay, well then, like literally as we follow the evidence, right? She's going to be the last one we get because she was the furthest removed. So what do? You start with the killer. You start with the hitman, right? You start with them two, right? You start from the bottom and you work your way up to the top. And that's how you have to lay it, because with each trial, as each one goes by, more evidence comes out, right? And then you have more witnesses that are going to be testifying. You're going to learn new things. And along the way, people might make deals, or they might change. And it's happened, right? Like I said, there's already new information that's coming out in Donna's trial that we didn't have before. So we don't know everything. And the thing is this, again, because Wendy's so far fucking removed, right? This is strategic. And I saw this coming because I was like, you know what? We're going to learn new things in Donna's trial that we didn't have before because they weren't admissible, right? Because the first rule of evidence is evidence first has to be relevant to be admissible. That's the first one, Rule 401. The things that pertain, like exclusively to Donna and exclusively to Wendi wouldn't have been relevant. And if you think all the way back to the bottom, think to the hitman, right? Something about Wendi with her little friend or whatever, some little detail we don't know yet. How would that be relevant in Sigfredo Garcia? Like they've never even heard of each other, right? See what I mean? So you have to work your way up. And so now what happens is they work their way up to Charlie. Well, now Charlie and Donna are two peas in a pod. They're buddy, they're codependent, So by the time they get to Charlie, now they're finding ways, there's things that pertain more so to Donna and lean more on the family side are becoming relevant, right? Same thing. Now we're here with Donna. We're getting new information. We're already learning so much that's new. There's things that were not admissible prior to her trial. But because of her trial and that we're watching right now, new evidence is going to come in that will now be admissible. And that's how they're going to get to the top of the pyramid, which is fucking 5-0 sitting there at the top of that fucking pyramid. They're coming for you. 5-0 clock's a ticket. I have to say it every time. It's a tradition. So that was my long sort of, hopefully it was somewhat articulate, but like in my mind, it's like, I can see the whole picture in my mind. I can see the whole picture in my mind. I just hope I explained it in a way that makes sense. There she is. It's like, I have this feeling that like Detective Isom in the room with her knew immediately what the deal was here and had a feeling that it would be one of those things where it's like a long distance running. It's like, it might be 10 years, it might be 20 years, it might be 30 years, but eventually we're going to get 5-0 and we're going to work all the way up one by one starting at the bottom of the pyramid, all the way up to the top until we get there. That is my personal interpretation of what I've seen for each trial. Each trial has things that are in common with each other. A lot of the evidence is the same, right? There's like the basic foundation of it. So there's like that's going to be the same. But with each one, there's something new that they would not have had but for the previous trial. That's the point, right? It's very, does that make sense to you guys? It's just very smart, in my opinion, the way they've done this. And it's the only way they could have done it, right? Yeah, I mean, and I get it. And there, there's people that have followed this trial or this case for a long time that still think, yeah, I don't know of anybody who doesn't think Wendi is the big fish here, right? Like, I don't know of anybody who doesn't think Wendi's guilty as fuck, except for Glenn, who was that troll who's obsessed with Wendi. But there's plenty of people who think, yeah, Wendi's guilty as fuck. But like, I don't know if they're gonna have the evidence to bring charges. Like, there's people that think that. I don't know anybody though who's followed this case that thinks Wendi's not the whole reason behind it. She's not involved. Like you know what I mean? Like, it's people that are like, think, yeah, she should be going down, but can they prove it, right? I'm in the camp that she should be going down and she will, and they'll prove it. But anyways, yeah, it's harder to see sort of all the like, again, like the layers, but if you haven't, but again, I think watching that fucking interview, reading the unhinged emails, and listening to those little clips from the jail phone calls, like those three things right there will give you a really good picture of the family dynamics. And you'll notice that Harvey's just completely left the fuck out. Okay. I mean, in the jail phone calls, right? Okay, guys, like, this is a great example. Charlie, he gets convicted, sentenced. They even mentioned it in opening statements. Within like an hour, he's on the phone with his mom, and they talk for like 8 hours. They talk for like 8 hours every single day. Okay, until she gets arrested. It's crazy, and they're all recorded. Charlie has a moment, and we watched it, and I'm sure it's timestamped. He has a moment on this jail phone call with Donna where he literally lays out the state's case against Wendi point blank. He literally says in numerous times, this is all her fault. This is all because of her. And he literally points it out. She showed up on Trescott. The bullet bourbon, this and that, the book. I mean, he goes through all these things. And at one point, he actually went through this whole, like, he was just venting, right? But he was talking about how he was blaming Wendi, right? And I literally said in the live stream, I was like, you know what? It's honestly a shame, because that right there, the way he said it, it would have made a perfect opening statement in Wendi's trial. And I'm like, wow, he laid that out so fucking well. And it was like really well. I was like impressed, and I was like, holy shit. Like, that could have been used as an opening statement in her trial. Like, it was that good. And that Charlie is saying that to Donna. It's just, so definitely worth checking out for sure. So anyways, she has derivative use immunity. It's different. Does anybody want me to explain derivative use immunity? Right. Her subpoena for the defense was quashed. Right. Because she could have chosen to testify on behalf of her mom. This happened at all the other trials too. Same thing with Charlie. Charlie wanted to have her on the witness list for the defense, and it was the same. Fievel's fucking throwing her family under the bus after they're all going to be serving life sentences on her behalf is what's happening. And she did the same thing in that interview I keep mentioning. I have it marked on the thumbnail. It's like something like within 4 minutes in, she incriminates herself, and then like within 10 minutes in, she's already said her brother did it. And then I like count how many times she incriminates herself, her brother, or her mom. It's mind-blowing. The numbers will shock you guys. Her own words, right? So anyways, but yeah, my point being that Charlie had her on the list. It was the same thing, because Wendi could say, you know what, I'm going to testify for them, and maybe I might say something that I could incriminate myself in the future, but you know what, they're my family, or it's the right thing to do, or whatever, right? Legally speaking, she's making the right choice for herself, right? But you have to also wonder, how is that going to work? I mean, she's fucking them over, like in a major fucking way. So the reason this is all happening the way it is because only the state can offer immunity. The defense they can't offer that. Right? Why? You can only offer that if you're the one bringing charges. The defense can't bring charges against a person. Only the state can. So because the government's the one that could potentially prosecute her. Remember, Wendy's an unindicted co-conspirator, just like Donna was during Charlie's trial, just like Charlie was during Katie's trial, just like Katie was during Sigfredo and well, I guess she was tried jointly with Sigfredo. But anyway, just each one, they are all unindicted co-conspirators until they weren't, right? Right now, Wendy's the last fucking, I guess technically they have Harvey named, but again, I think that's just for appearances, like they're not. Anyway, Wendy's an unindicted co-conspirator, right? That means she's fully aware that at any point in the future, the state could bring criminal charges against her. She can be charged. Therefore, she does have a Fifth Amendment right. So because the government is the only party that can prosecute her, they're also the only party that can therefore offer her protection for said potential prosecution. It's an advantage that the defense doesn't have because they don't have any of that, right? They can't do either of those things. So the deal with Wendy's derivative use immunity is that anything that she says on the witness stand, anything that she testifies to, okay, can't be used against her at her own trial later. Or it can't be used to then charge her with a crime. If she were to testify for the defense, that wouldn't be true. It's only because this is the deal between her and the state that she made. She made this deal to testify with derivative use immunity. This is incredibly smart from the state. And here's why. Remember, like I said, she's the farthest removed. They need these other convictions to get to her, right? And how do they get these convictions? Well, she's part of the way they get these convictions. It's like a catch-22. It's like they need her to testify at these other trials. Just like there's a lot of witnesses that testify at every trial, right? Jeff Lacoste, for example, like there's a number of them. She's one of them. They need her to testify at these different trials, one after another, to get these, and to get these convictions. And it's not like she's ever on the stand for very long. She's not. It's really just establishing, the divorce, the custody, it's really limited, right? I always wish she was on the stand longer, but it's always very limited. But they need her they can't, remember, evidence has to come from the witness stand. You can't just get things in unless both parties stipulate to it, and the defense wouldn't stipulate for any of these defendants, right? So even if it was a minor role, which it's not, but like even if you've got evidence that might not seem like it's the biggest deal, but you need that to come in to lay the foundation for something else that's a bigger deal. You can't get that little piece of evidence in without a person to testify to it, right? So that person then becomes very important. That's like Wendy, and her level of importance is different depending on which defendant was being tried. So they needed her to testify at it's like having her dig her own grave, guys, right? Here, have this little derivative use immunity. Yay. Okay. Now we're going to subpoena you. And now we need you to testify at all these different trials, right? And you're going to be on the stand for like 20 minutes. It's all going to be fine. And then all of these trials are resulting in convictions. And with all of the other evidence that's coming out from these other trials and these convictions, it's leading. It's like, does that make sense? She's digging her own grave. That's how they're going to get to her. They're using her to get to herself. If that makes sense. It's like, I'll try to put it simply there a little bit. So now, having said that, again, just to wrap this up with the derivative use immunity, well, they can't use her testimony in any criminal prosecution against her regarding this case. The whole point of derivative use immunity is they have to bring charges against her and bring a case against her based on everything else. The only thing that is excluded is her testimony. What does that mean? Her interview is fair game. What does that mean? Her emails are fair game. Her texts are fair game. All the other testimonies fair game. All the other evidence. The only thing that is off limits is her testimony. And remember, like I said, when I said it's very limited? That's why. If they had her on the stand to try to obliterate her, which I'm sure Georgia wants to do, right? If they put Wendi on the stand for these trials that we're watching, right, and they had her on the stand for a long time, and they asked her, like, no, the more they ask her, the more is off limits, right? So she's on the stand for a very short period of time. It's very limited, and that's the point. And the thing is this: by the time they go and they bring charges against her, the limited things that she's testified to in these other trials are not. They don't need for her. They needed it for these people in order to get what they needed from these people to bring against her. Does that make sense? I feel like I need like a chart or something to help that be a better, anyways. Oh my gosh, you should how far is it, Kane? Oh. Right, that's true also there, Happy Annie, right. Don't speak without a right. And the reason is this, right? If she didn't have this deal, what would happen? You guys have probably seen other trials like this, right? Like the whole thing is this: if she didn't have that deal, if then the state were to call her, she'd just be like, I plead the fifth. She doesn't have to answer a goddamn question. And there's a thing about this where if you're the state, you can't, it's a bad faith thing to call a witness that is just going to plead the fifth. It's considered like, it's like not good practice. So that's why these deals exist. But again, it's a catch-22. Why? Because the state benefits from her testimony. But again, it makes it, the whole point is the way that it becomes fair is because it's supposed to make it also more difficult for the state to bring charges against the defendant. You see what I mean? So it does end up being quite balanced because you gain something, but you lose something potentially, unless you're really smart about it. Like I think they're being here to where they are not going to lose anything from her testifying with this protection. Again, that you'll see it. She's going to testify, and I would not be surprised if it's on day 2, which will be Monday. I wouldn't be surprised because at the other trials, she's testified early on. I wouldn't be surprised. You guys will see it's very limited, and you'll see how they needed that testimony to make the connections with these other defendants, but they don't need it to make a connection to herself, right? You see what I mean? It's like it. So anyways, she testifies Monday. I wish I could take off work and go to fucking Florida for that. I'm not even joking. Fucking Bible. I'm telling you, when she has a trial, I'm going to have to plan ahead for that and like literally make it a thing because I will have to go in person. And I just can't. I can't not. Okay, so this is pretty funny though. Because see what he's asking for, the judge is asking, this is not difficult. This is not hard. That's what she said. He's like, what do you want the limiting instruction to say? A limiting instruction, for anyone who doesn't know, is like, it's an instruction to the jury. Sometimes you'll hear about curative instructions, for example. A limiting instruction is like, you can consider this testimony or you can consider this evidence, but only for this one specific purpose, right? But not this other purpose. It's a limiting instruction. And we've heard them talk about this in plenty of other trials. He's just asking them, what do you want the limiting instruction to be? And it's an epic fail here from the defense.
If the defense is asking in some way for a limiting instruction to be given, please request it now.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the limiting instruction that is requested?
Your Honor, I'm at a loss.
I mean, like
I think that
oh my
instruction
God.
that
Oh my God.
this doesn't show hatred towards Danny. So again, I'm not sure. I did obviously disagree with the state's.
If he's saying he's at a loss, does he not know what a limiting instruction is? I just don't understand. He's like, I'm at a loss. Like, do you not know what that is? Like, are you trying to like say stuff so that way somebody will talk about it more and then you figure out what they're talking about? That type of thing. Like when you're called on at school and you don't know the answer. And anyway, I don't know. It's like, this is wild to me.
Argument concerning this. So
Well,
local
that was
suggestions.
be considered for defendant's state of mind as it related.
And then literally, I just keep watching. Literally, I think that's what it is because you know what? Judge Everett spells it out. Here's what it is. Here's the limiting instruction you want. Like, this is not hard. He's like, I'm at a loss, and then just word salad. And then Judge Everett's like, here's your limiting instruction. And like literally, this is standard. This is a standard limiting instruction.
To the deceased or his family.
I would ask that it be related to the deceased's family. It has not, it's not to
Now
do with
we
the
can
deceased.
talk about it.
It's got one. Well,
No preference.
down.
There's 5 more items though.
Let's go through them.
Yes, sir. States Exhibit 64D is an email dated 10/26/12. May I approach?
Oh my God,
This email is from Donna
another-
Adelson, Wendi Adelson, showing her a list of prospective.
They're referencing these unhinged emails, but that's right. I forgot about this. This is another one. Yep, my point exactly. The unhinged emails that we've read, they've come up in the other trials. Like I said, there's stuff we don't know. This is an email that has existed all this time, and we didn't know about it. Why it wasn't relevant for the other trials. This is new information, you guys. Anyone that was like not really fully listening, y'all are not going to want to miss this shit, you guys. Bombshells.
This email is from Donna Adelson, Wendi Adelson, showing her a list of prospective love interests from the website. Mrs. Adelson has identified as potential matches for Wendi. It's offered to show how controlling Donna Adelson was over children's lives, how much
We did not know about this until today.
she inserted herself into their private lives.
Incredible.
And again, she likes to be in control of who they date and who they marry.
Response.
This is not an email from my client to Wendi Adelson. This is an email from Match.com to the email address that my client.
Unfucking believable. So Kit Smith makes a good point that he might have been at a loss because he was hoping the judge would change his mind. I think that's possible. But you know what you know how you don't get a judge to change their mind? That. There's a reason why it's called argument, you know? It's like, I'm at a loss. Oh wow, you really proved your point here, right? That's some nice case law. Like what? I'm at a loss. You're the attorney. What are you doing?
Client has. It doesn't say anything. The copy I have at least doesn't say anything at all about Wendi Adelson.
Okay, I'll replace it with a copy that shows the email heading on the top page.
That's my fault.
I'll replace it with one that has the heading. Oh God.
And this was her forwarding this or actually including some sort of message?
She forwards it. I'm not sure if she included a message. She definitely did on the next one, which is also subject to defense objection. It's States Exhibit 64I. I'll approach with that as well. Related.
They don't have.
11713 today on Exhibit 64I.
It's like all this stuff, like the state's holding out on us. I mean, they have to, right? It's like, how much stuff don't we know about Donna and Wendi? Like how, like all the stuff on the people who haven't been convicted yet, right? It's like shit like this. It's like, oh my God, what else is there, right? This has been here all along. We didn't know about it.
As to any questioning of Wendi Adelson as the role her mother played in her life, including screening potential romantic interest, that question certainly can be asked, but as to an exception to hearsay, what is being offered concerning this?
The relevance of it, or
Yeah.
the exception to hearsay is a
Let's go
statement
through
of a party. Relevance is that Mrs. Adelson was very controlling and micromanaging of their children's lives, particularly their love lives, which directly relates to the motive to this offense.
Yeah, I would agree.
Right.
Eliminated Mr. Markel.
I just can't understand how this would be material to this case in any way, anything that the state has to prove. It's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her.
Watch George's reaction to this. Watch George's reaction to this, you guys. Oh my God.
It's not, we just want to bash her reputation or what she did. They got to prove criminal offenses against her. How does her being on Match.com while she's living with her daughter have anything to do with something the state has to prove here? Nothing.
I believe this once again goes to the issue of motive. I understand the defense's position that you disagree as to this motion, or excuse me.
So here's my takeaway so far from this, the defense strategy. The defense strategy we watched the opening statements, was like, there's nothing to show she had motive, right? Well, they've got all this evidence that shows she had motive. So it's like, we're going to say this in opening statements, and then we're just going to hope we can keep that evidence out somehow. That's not a winning strategy, people. I'll just say.
As to this item, this is 664I.
64D and I, Your Honor.
I did not follow that trial at all.
As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendi Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendi Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
I do have other evidence that Mrs. Adelson just on the wire speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date and discussing with Charlie Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene.
She's like, shall I continue? Like listen to this list she's rattling on. Dude, again, I feel like Judge Everett knows that she's about to just launch into like, here's all the things, but he asks the question in such a fair and unbiased way that yeah, it's just really impressive that he's able to do that. So here's what the question is. Here's what the question is.
As to whether the defendant in any way possessed a motive concerning Wendi Adelson, or excuse me, as it related to the deceased in controlling who Wendi Adelson may have sought as a romantic interest. Ms. Kappelman, do you have other evidence that's going to tie that to this particular item?
We have other evidence that's going to tie it to this particular item. All right.
I do have other
She's
evidence.
like, do I have other evidence? Let me count the ways.
That Mrs. Adelson just on the wire speaking about Wendy's love life and her current love interest and who she wants her to date and discussing with Charlie Adelson, wanting Charlie to intervene with Wendy and encourage her to date a certain person. So I do think it is a theme that reemerges with other evidence.
Well, that's the state of mind and motive. I will permit this evidence to be given over objection. However, as the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be laid through the appropriate witnesses.
That's him throwing a little bone to the defense. Just let me explain that. He's like, yeah, yep, you're right. It's good. Oh, I'm going to admit it over objection, right? He let the defense be heard. I'm going to admit it over objection. Yep. Okay. But then he says, this is the little thing. This is like that little throwing a bone to the defense. It's like, however, but let me explain this, guys. He says, however, hold on.
However, as the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they'll have to be
However, as to the foundations for these things, Ms. Kappelman, they will have to be
laid through the appropriate witnesses.
Laid to the appropriate witnesses. As if like, well, it's not a total win. That's what it's supposed to sound like. But here's the thing. Just for anyone who didn't know this, that's true for all evidence. Like it's one of those things where that's why it's throwing a bone, right? All evidence has to have foundation. There has to be proper foundation laid for anything. I don't care what it is. Everything has to have foundation. You have to lay the foundation for anything. So like that doesn't actually, you see what I mean? But this is him just doing a really great job of making it seem like the defense has some sort of, like they're not just sucking royally, basically.
All these items came from a search warrant executed on Wendy Adelson's Google account. The next item, Judge, is just a moment to locate this. I believe it's 64W, an email dated June 27th, 2013. And the objection in this case relates to the characterization of Judge Hobbs as a, can't find the quote, but something like a Southern black lady.
Oh,
they just were proposing redacting that on page for your honor.
I remember we were talking shit about that judge in those emails.
It's page 2 of that email. I'll give you 1 and 2. Second page, 2/3 of the way down in the second paragraph, mention of Judge Hobbs. There's no particular relevance to that characterization of Judge Hobbs.
Sorry, look at the y'all, her face. Hold on, let me back this up. It's just like, what is going on? What is that? What is happening? Watch the defense. Watch
no particular relevance to that characterization of Judge Hobbs, so I just don't think it's prejudicial. So I don't know why we're redacting. Whatever your honor thinks on that one, Judge.
Folks.
Sure, we could take that just in a very derogatory way. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, that comment. Nothing. Unless there's another motive.
A men's jacket?
I don't know about.
Nothing wrong with that.
If in some way, since we do have 2 jurors of African American descent that would otherwise impute on the defendant a negative character trait, I will permit the redaction for that reason. Beyond that, the item will be admitted.
Where are you at, Joe? Are you in the U.S. or are you not in the U.S.?
Next, Judge, is an email dated April 7th, 2015.
So another email from 2015.
I believe what's referenced here is 64HH. Yes, sir. Approach.
Oh, cool. Love it. So you're my neighbor, kind of. You're to the west. Like 5 will
This
go.
email is an email regarding Wendi moving, and evidence is going to show that she moved from a more secure location to a less secure location. So the relevance is sort of going to have to be developed as the trial goes on. But the idea is that there was no fear for Wendi's safety. That email,
And they were able to lay all this foundation and get all this in Charlie's trial because we know about this.
7:15, I believe, is the last date was changed.
Thank you.
You have to start the foundation for with one witness, but enter at a later point. Certainly appropriate. What is the objection?
Well, Judge, I have a question.
In other words, the objection's not timely. It's like, well, yeah, like 100 years in the future. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, obviously we have to start with one witness and over the course of the trial, lay the foundation for this particular piece of evidence. Oh, doesn't that sound familiar? Just like the entire strategy of this charging scheme, right? You start with one and you lay the foundation for the next. Just saying. And so basically he's like, yeah, you can't, like, you're objecting now, but like that's not timely. Like you'd have to object at the time when it's going to be admitted.
The email that I'm looking at that was provided to us on July 15th, 2014 is to Jeff Lacoste.
I don't know
From
what
Wendy
that is.
Adelson.
I believe these are from David Trafton at MiamiRealEstate.com.
That's not what we're getting.
Can I show an exhibit?
Oh boy.
Please do.
Yeah, I don't know where that is. It's just like Tennessee's the best. That's all I got. He's on the prosecution side.
This is regarding Wendi moving. They had the same security as where she was living with her mother, so less secure. There's nothing in here that indicates that.
I'm going to ask Ms. Adelson about that. My understanding is it is less secure. They're asking lots of questions, but they're not about security, which they're being actively extorted under threat for their lives. One would expect and inquire about such a thing.
Yep.
And they lay the foundation, or at least begin to lay the foundation for that item with when that witness is examined. Going back to the last trial in this matter, when the intent instruction was given, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind, and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in the case. Specifically, as counts 2 and count 1 that are charged in the indictment deal with aspects of intent. And when you find evidence that demonstrates the defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent, is admissible. One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with this. We had many motion hearings in this matter, and we continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
Dude, again, Judge Everett, he's a man who never gets flustered. Again, all these trials, he's been the judge. Alrighty, now this is another first for me seeing of him. First, he got scolded Donna, right? But now watch his face and let's see who responds to this, because who is he scolding? What's he saying here? Somebody's, dude, this is not. Okay. He's like, da-da-da.
Deal with aspects of intent. And when you find evidence that demonstrates the defendant's alleged motive, which goes specifically to intent.
He's like, yeah, that's why this is admissible. But then, however, something else troubles him.
Is admissible. One thing, though, that is starting to trouble me with this. We had many motion hearings in this matter, and we continued this case several times to handle these matters pre-trial. Why is this coming up now?
He's fucking pissed as fuck, dude. That for him is like, dude, now watch what happens.
Exhibit that we were provided with.
So, again, he's breaking character, if you will, in terms of how he always keeps his cool. Even with Dan Rashbaum would, dude, it's like that he was a challenging defense attorney to be around, I would say. It's just, this is crazy, right? Like, First Donna, now her defense team, they've done the unthinkable.
I went through thoroughly and had all of my objections.
I love him too.
And then was told that's not correct. It's another binder. It's different emails.
Another binder, another blunt force trauma binder.
The binder I was handed by the state was completely discombobulated, not in date order. It was a train wreck.
As the spaces that it's referring to.
It was a train wreck, just like this defense.
That's correct. And so then they provided us with this binder. It appears to maybe still be missing something, but they have a list, an exhibit list, everything laid out by date, by exhibit A, all the sub-exhibit numbers. So that's why, Your Honor.
We're not going to waste the jurors' times.
We're not going to waste the jurors' time. Wow. Some judges, right? If they're pissed, they're going to raise their voice. They're going to get all dramatic, and they're going to be theatrics. Love that. Great. Love theatrics, right? They go over the top. They are like big personalities. He is so much the opposite that this is again, it's shocking to me now, even though I already saw this. And when it happened live today, I was floored. I was honestly floored. I'm like, what we're seeing from him, even though it's like so minimal compared to some other judges, this is like he could fucking murder like Donna and her defense team. Like this is crazy. He's so mad at them. You can tell he's gritting his teeth.
I want to waste the jurors' time.
Watch.
At this point, the segments behind or then are going to matters that need to be addressed.
There's one more that I asked for, judges. It's dated April the 20th of 2016, and it's an email about whether one of the children is sad.
She does have a
64II, Judge. It's an email specifically in which the defendant is claiming that the child cannot be sad about the death of his father. Extremely relevant.
Probative value is outweighed by the undue prejudice, Your Honor.
He's reading it.
This compliment, again, the purpose this is being offered for is going to...
Again, we're seeing a pattern here. He's asking these questions as if this is a legitimate objection being raised by the defense. What we're seeing a pattern is this. These objections are baseless. They're wasting time. They're meritless. They're untimely. I could go on. I appreciate he at least, again, he's asking these questions. He's doing the right thing. What's the purpose of it? It's like I think he just wants to fucking jump over there and just kick them out. I mean, it's like, this is, you can just tell with each series of these, he's just getting, I think he's struggling more and more to maintain that composure that he always has. It's got to take a lot out of you,
Motive or state of mind.
Wow.
What is the undue prejudice the defense is arguing concerning this particular email?
The undue prejudice is what the state is arguing, and they're going to argue to the jury, is that this email says that Donna Adelson said he could not be sad about his father. But she's describing it as her time with the child, and she hasn't seen him sad. And it's 2 years after, unfortunately, Mr. Markel was killed.
It's kind of, if you wish to proffer the testimony from the witness on this, I'll allow you to do so at the presence of the jury, but this one is seeming a bit attenuated.
Mrs. Adelson.
And commenting on how the child is said.
Sure, Judge, but it relates back to the motive in thinking that it wouldn't harm the children. It was going to be good for the children to get rid of their father. Children have no memory prior to this young age that the father was killed. I think it goes to motive, Judge.
That, I'll allow you to set up your foundation within parts if you need to do so. I'll revisit whether this item can be admitted at that point.
Sure, there's one item that I've added today in light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Adelson's use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with father.
Oh shit! All right, you guys hear what this is? You might see these words. Let me just make this clear. You see words on the screen today in light of the opening statement regarding. See all those words? Scratch those. The words that are really happening here. Door, another door. That's what we are hearing. The words on the screen don't matter. the defense, this is another door. So right now we're on door number 2 that the defense has potentially opened on themselves already. Incredible.
I don't
Well done.
In light of the opening statement regarding Mrs. Abelson's
Goal is own goal.
Use of the Skype to facilitate visitation with mother, stated December 18th.
They didn't, the whole, y'all. Here's the thing. She didn't have to talk about Skype, right? And you remember when she talked about Skype? I mean, how could we forget? And how painful that was? It was like, not mentioning Skype, it's like, how did that help your case at all? I mean, all it was awkward. I think it alienated her from with the jury. It was not funny. It was awkward. It was like, why is this relevant? And it seems pointless. And like the fact that she mentioned it now brings in other evidence. Unreal.
13 has been previously provided. It's now marked as State's Exhibit AA.1.
Unreal.
The defense is looking that over. Also have a stipulation.
Like the only thing she said Skype about was to make that dumbass comment about how they might not have heard of it and just she doesn't know if it's still being used anymore because it's newfangled things. Like that was like the gist of the Skype.
Of the parties and approach.
Why? What is going on?
Come back in.
I mean, and Georgia's just like going, you're just going through one by one as then the shenanigans continue. And with each one, she's like, look, if what it's going to take for y'all, as in the defense, to just like if what it's going to take is me just marching up and down, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like I'll do this all fucking day. I don't give a shit. I've been waiting 11 years for this day. And I'm not done after this because I'm coming for rival. That's my opinion again. But, you know, it's just, Georgia's just dude, she's a champion in this. Like, she's so much in her element. Like, this is better than I've seen her before. Like, she's just living her best life right now, man. It's really epic. Really epic, honestly. And really inspiring. She's a force. She's a fucking force, dude. Like, I really feel it way more than the other trials. Like, she's just really.
Sorry, Judge, I handed them the wrong thing. I'm gonna have to circle back to that. With that, stipulation, we're ready for another issue.
Right, as to 64, I believe D and I did rule of a motion that this can be admitted with a proper foundation. As to I believe that's the item that the state is going to.
I, as in I, Captain. Back to the pirate, full circle there.
64 I should say. That's the item the state is going to attempt to lay the foundation for as it relates to motive in this matter.
Let's drive down the relevant portion. It reads from Donna to Wendi here. I'm sorry, from Wendi to Donna. Dear Mom and Dad, here's the phone/Skype plan for the holidays. And she's forwarding a Skype plan.
Found it.
Markel. Please help me do this. It means less stress for me if we just follow it.
I don't know what the relevance of that is. Wendi Adelson sending an email to her mother because her mother takes care of the children very frequently.
Are you hearing what you're saying?
And saying, here's the schedule, let's do this. It doesn't say Mrs. Adelson has not done it.
I think it suggests Mrs. Adelson has not done it, or at least that there's been issues and problems with Skype and facilitating Skype is satisfactory to Mr. Markel. So I would ask to admit it based on the statement.
Yeah, that's actually, I remember that.
Well, the opening statement is not evidence. The jurors are not considered as such. As to any foundation that you wish to lay for that particular item, that it was not previously followed, and now when the Adelson sent that item to her mother, you'll need to establish the foundation first before it's offered. Please bring in the jurors.
So, Kane, if you're still here, were you wanting me to look at my phone? The thing is I can't look away from this trial.
The limited instruction will be given.
So, like, I just, you know, I'm like totally just present with what we're doing here. So I've not looked at my phone since I started live streaming. Okay, so bring in the jury.
Before we resume with the evidence this afternoon, I'm going to read to you a stipulation that has been agreed upon by the parties. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is
okay. So they're just going to stipulate something about the bullets or whatever the fuck. Okay. So now we're going to skip ahead. We've got some more witnesses here, obviously. But There's the surveillance video from the premier gym. I mean, all this is really good stuff, guys. It really is. But let me just see how much, if we can get to Lewis today. There's this cross. This cross was really weird, which is now we're seeing it's par for the course. Like, just that these defense attorneys have an interesting, I don't even know, style, perspective. I don't even know. Okay, so now we have more outside the jury issues. Okay.
What's up?
May I address the court while she's working on the jury? I would like some clarification on the hearing that is going to be conducted outside the presence of the jury regarding State's Exhibit 60. My takeaway from our sidebar was that I was going to authenticate every single page. The defense has now advised me they only have limited objections to State 60, so I would ask for some clarification on what we're doing there.
Starting 60, the defense can be heard.
I think we resolved that with the court's ruling already, Your Honor.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I believe the captain was brought it up because there might have been a discussion also.
Ms. Fulford thought that she was referring to something.
I thought you were referring to the email.
Oh, no, I'm referring to the divorce.
State Exhibit 64 has been admitted, with the only exception being AA for right now.
It's a blunt force. It's a blunt force.
Okay.
It's a blunt force trauma binder. He does come off like beepus. I can do that after I'm done live streaming. So I'm not
As to State 60, the foundation has begun with the detective as to any other witnesses that you intend to link up the parts of the foundation with.
Oh.
You are certainly permitted to do so.
Again, foundation, basics. Needs some Z's, yes, totally agree. Both of these are true. They're not good, agreed. However, it's hard to defend a loser case, also true. Agree with both. A great example of the opposite of this would be, we've been watching the Cassotis trial, right? That's an example of a really good defense attorney with a loser case. So you got, like, it's one thing, it's like, okay, the attorneys aren't good and it's a loser case, but then it's like, okay, it's a loser case. And I would say that Cassotis was even more of a loser case than this one, to be honest. I mean, I was, but great defense work nonetheless. So,
is there an objection to it right now being admitted?
Is there another fire?
The objection was foundation as to showing emails or communications that link up exactly with what the pleadings are.
Yes, sir. And will that be in reference to each pleading or just select pleadings?
Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford.
Judge.
Yeah, it's not.
My understanding from the court's ruling is that the state could lay the foundation as they move through their case. And with that ruling, I mean, obviously we'd like them to establish foundation, but I'm not objecting to what has been presented as 60 other than the foundation, which, as you indicated, they can prove up along the way as long as they complete it by the end of their case in chief.
Well, until the foundation is complete, as the State 60, it's not admitted.
Understood. Okay, I am going to go forward with Mr. Rivera at this time, Judge. If we finish before 5, I'm hopeful that I'll be able, outside the presence of the jury, to conduct that hearing regarding the foundation and admissibility of that exhibit. Would that be acceptable to the court?
That's fine.
I'm not sure. I'm going to be ready. I'm working on that. But
Okay, so they're going to call Louis Rivera. So as far as this question about different avenues of appeals, this makes me think about a whole other category of things that are worth talking about. We're going to have to say that for another live stream, so I'll make a note because this is worth talking about. I see this a lot where I feel like there's well, how can I say this? Yes. What we will talk about maybe on the next live stream is just what consideration, what if any, and how does any consideration for an appeal affect the trial attorney's strategy and what they say and do? How should it, right? And how shouldn't it? And what is the goal? What is the function? What is the role? It's a really interesting topic and an important one. So we will talk about that. So the fire is still burning. Oh, wow. Okay. So I remember we had talked about you leaving town. So that must have been a week ago right. Was that a week ago? It feels like longer ago. But I remember we were watching the Cassotis trial and we talked about like, maybe you could leave town and it'd be like a little vacation or whatever. So you left. Okay. I hope you got to be somewhere that you enjoyed being for a week. And I'm glad that you are safer now. Yeah, I had no idea that fires were still going on. We've got a number of Canadian squirrels. Need some Z's also is one of them. Shout out to all the Canadian squirrels. And the Canadian squirrels, update me on what's going on. I don't watch the news, and you guys, I'm sure can tell. Like I don't watch the news. I don't read the newspaper. So the way that I learn what's going on in the world is from y'all, or like if something comes up in a trial, basically, I'm just not, you know. So anyways, I had no idea the fires were still going on. So they are insane. And you know what? Kane referenced the Briar, what was it called, Kane? The Briar Patch or something. I forget what it was, but when he said it, I was like, oh my God, I know exactly what he's referencing. And yes, that's spot on. It's like something from when I feel like it was like a baby, like whatever the thing is, it's like a distant memory, but like, that's exactly what it is. It's just like when Heather was like, we were trying to figure out Wendy's doppelganger, and Heather was like, oh my God, 5 1. Like, that's it. That's the thing. What was it, Kane? Briar something? That's the facial expressions of Jackie. That's the spirit. That's the vibe that she's rocking. That's like fun. Friar Tuck? I don't think that's what you said. I don't know what that is. I think it was Friar something else. Oh yeah, you're just talking happy. Okay. So all right, let's continue.
Just wanted to have clarification on what I was working on.
Please bring in the jurors.
And can we have Mr. Rivera brought in?
You want to run it now?
Want to have him seated before?
You can bring in Rivera first.
Okay, Mr. Rivera. So one of the hitmen, for those of you guys who are newer. So he was the first one to he already made a plea deal. Dude, this dude's awesome. He's great. You guys will love this.
You can take a seat for right now, Mr. Rivera.
All right. So this is going to be short, and then we're going to be done with the day. Look at this. We're going to wrap this up in probably 15 minutes. Let's go. Day 1 in the books. Yeah, I can see that, Mad Hatter. Right, the rabbit. Yeah, she's definitely got rabbit vibes, but not in like a good.
All right, you're in the courtroom.
Louis Rivera. There's a youngster there in the file. Do you think that kid wants to be there?
Everyone can be seated. Mr.
Why is he
Rivera,
not
please raise your hand and be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give?
I know.
The truth?
I do. I'm a big fan of him. And when we watched, again, we watched his proffer. Dude keeps it real. He's hilarious. I'm a big fan. Big fan. He just doesn't.
Yes, sir.
He doesn't.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Louis Rivera. Luisrivera.
Mr. Rivera, where are you from?
Now, remember, he was the first one to be like remember the first people they were like looking at in terms of the connection with the Prius. It was him and Sigfredo, right? Now, because Luis Rivera was already in federal custody for some other unrelated charges, he was the first one. He made a deal, right? He made a deal. But my point is because he was the first one to like reach a resolution of the charges on this case of all of the people, this dude has been schlepped to more trials than anybody else because he's going to testify at all. I mean, like, in other words, it's just really funny because it's like, it's been a lot of years, but it's got to feel to him like he's done this a million times and he'll continue. Like he just, every trial he's going to testify again. But, you know, anyway, so here he is. He's going to testify again. It's part of the deal. So
I'm from Puerto Rico.
Okay, but were you living in Miami back in 2014?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did you live in Miami?
My whole life.
Yeah, that kid
You were born in
wasn't-
Puerto Rico, though?
By the way, that kid wasn't there earlier. He just popped up at some point during the disaster defense motion.
Yeah.
Okay, but moved to Miami at what age?
2 years old.
Have you been convicted of a felony?
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Including the murder that we're here about today?
Yes, ma'am.
It's 5 felonies, sound
He was
correct?
the smart
Yes, ma'am.
one. Yeah.
You're currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that for this case or this case and another case?
They're both.
Both. So it's a federal sentence and this sentence.
State case.
What did you plead to in this case?
Look at everybody craning their necks to see him. There must be that George is so tall she's blocking their view, and they all want to get a good look. That's
This case, guilty.
Guilty to what?
Second degree murder.
he's like, I pled guilty. I did it. I pled guilty. Like,
You need to speak up, Mr. Rivera. That's all.
Guilty to second degree murder.
Thank you.
One more, Mr. Rivera.
that was his plea deal. Had he not taken that deal, he would have been charged with the same thing as everybody else: first-degree murder, conspiracy, first-degree murder, and solicitation murder. And so he took a plea deal, second-degree murder.
What was your sentence on the second degree murder?
19 years.
Okay, and that was concurrent with your
Versus LWAP, people.
federal sentence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a good
Okay,
deal.
And what did you have to do in exchange for getting a 19-year sentence?
I had to cooperate.
What does cooperation mean to you?
Well, telling.
Telling on who?
My co-defenders, Garcia, Katie.
All right. Did anybody ever tell you what to say?
No, ma'am.
Has anybody ever told you anything other than to tell the truth?
No, excuse me.
Has anybody told you to say anything other than the truth?
No.
Has anybody promised you anything other than the sentence that you got in exchange for cooperation?
No, ma'am.
Did anybody ever tell you, oh, you have to testify about a specific person to get a deal?
No, ma'am. Not at all.
Have you been offered anything on your federal sentence from doing this cooperation on this case?
No.
Nope, they're unrelated. Oh, that's Andy Deb's gonna be there. That's awesome. I want to go. I'm gonna
As
go.
part of your negotiation or your lawyer's negotiation of this case, did you give up what's called a proffer, a recorded proffer?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the proffer
And
that we
even
watched.
back then, when you gave the proffer, did anybody tell you what you needed to say there?
No, ma'am.
That proffer was so great.
Were you hired to participate in the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, ma'am.
Who hired you to be involved in the murder?
Well, I got it from my friend, Tuto Garcia.
There it is.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
Childhood friends.
So remember, Tuto is Sigfredo. So, okay, Sigfredo, we have a nickname for him. Shout out to DSN, Alfredo. But he also had a nickname amongst his friends. That was Tuto. And then Luis Rivera, which is who's sitting here right now, his nickname that they gave him, I guess, between him and Sigfredo, right, was Tato. So you had Tato, which is the guy sitting right here, right, Luis, and you had Tuto, which is Sigfredo.
So to cooperate and get this deal, you had to turn on one of your best friends.
Yes, ma'am.
Who enlisted Sigfredo Garcia to be a part of this murder?
Katie,
Who's Katie?
his wife.
Is that Catherine Magbanoa?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know who enlisted her to be involved in this murder?
Not really.
Was it a murder for hire?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know that somebody was paying Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
And Katie was the one that brought the money to you all, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Donna.
And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendy.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendy could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you previously referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
By the way, let me back this up real quick. And what was the purpose of this murder as you understood it?
That they wanted the kids.
Who wanted the kids?
Wendy.
Okay.
Wendy. Not Donna, Wendy.
Okay. And did you understand that you were killing the father of the kids so that Wendy could have the kids?
Yes, ma'am.
See what I
Have
mean?
you previously
This is an example of like what I'm talking about, right? I referenced earlier. With each and every single witness, there's testimony that like unequivocally is either the most damning for Wendy or damning only for Wendy, right? Like it's like, and with every trial and every witness, more and more and more, all that's going to be admissible, right? Because that's not related to her derivative use immunity, right? Like I said, they keep her testimony really narrow, really limited, and then they get what they need on her from everybody else. Bam.
Referred to a dentist being involved?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the dentist?
Charlie.
And how was he related?
Katie's boyfriend, side piece, whatever you want to call him.
All right, so Katie was the wife of Garcia, but also the girlfriend of the dentist?
Yeah.
Did you have any contact with the dentist ever?
No.
Did you have any contact with any member of the Adelson family?
No, ma'am.
Everything went through Katie, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What did the dentist, if you know, have to do with the lady in Tallahassee who needed her kids?
I don't know nothing about him. I don't know nothing about that family.
Who was in charge of getting the money after the job was done?
Katie.
How much were you to be paid for your part in this crime?
You don't have to concede.
35.
$35,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know the total amount that the job paid?
No, not really.
Did you know how much Garcia got?
40, I believe.
$40,000?
Yeah.
And did you know how much Katie got?
No, I don't know. I can't remember. But I think it was like 40. I think total would be like 100, something like that.
The other thing that's wild here is Luis Rivera wasn't even supposed to be part of this, right? Like Charlie enlisted Katie Charlie enlisted Katie to get to like ask Sigfredo, right? The thing that's so crazy is that Charlie didn't even know Katie to up until a certain point didn't even know that Luis was involved. Like when they were soliciting murder, they didn't ask for two guys. That's my point. It was like the goal was to get Sigfredo by himself. And I don't know if the only thing I can think of is Sigfredo just wanted company because these two are best buds. Like there's no reason when you didn't need two people, right? It was not a 2-person job. And they weren't getting paid for two people. What happened was Sigfredo wanted Luis to go with him and decided to split the money with him. Right? It's not like there was like a rate for one person versus two. It's like they're hiring one person. he wanted Lewis to do it with him and was willing to split his money with him to have the company that's the only thing that makes any sense. So it's like, in other words, he was just there to hang out with his friend essentially and got roped into this, but he was not a part of the plan, Lewis. From Katie did not enlist him. She enlisted Sigfredo, and Sigfredo brought him along without telling anybody.
Somewhere in the neighborhood of $100,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a one-time payment or was it a payment that occurred over time? It's what you got.
No, it's a one-time payment.
I mean, I know.
What did you know about the man that you came to Tallahassee to kill?
I don't know nothing about him.
How did you know who to kill?
Constituto Garcia.
How did he know?
Katie.
Alfred.
Did you have some information about the man you were here to kill?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell him what that was.
I was a piece of paper with a picture on of his face and address.
And that's why I was like, it's just wild, right? I was referencing it earlier. I'm like, Wendy's just moved to Colorado recently, you know? Like, she's just doing whatever she's fucking doing, being a five-ball, going west, right? She's just gonna go west because she's five-ball, you know? And she's literally, she's like, I'm not gonna testify for any of these people. Let them rot in prison. When none of them benefited. None of them. I mean, especially when you look at her family of all things, right? They had no benefit for this. She's the only one who benefited, and she's the one who's free. And you know what's so interesting? Katie McBanawa will testify to that. I guarantee you. That it bothers her. Like, she, you know, again, it's only after she turned down the plea deal of a lifetime that she decided to come clean and be truthful. Why? It bothered her so much that the people who deserved to face for justice for Dan, it bothered her conscience. There's nothing to gain from it, right? She's like, I can't take it. Imagine how, like, again, just thinking about 5 running around out there, right? And Charlie, even, because when Charlie was convicted, again, he had a lot to say about Wendi. And he even was like, yeah, it's not fair. And he would be like, it's not fair that, you know, I'm in here and she's out there, right? And he knows the calls are recorded. And then Donna would say something like, oh, well, yeah, but she had no idea, or something like that. Like, Donna would try to do what she thought was being strategic, knowing that these calls are being listened to or whatever, as if it was going to help anything. Anyway, it's just it's very interesting. And Wendi just threw everybody under the bus and does not give a fuck.
Picture of Dan Markel's face?
Yes, ma'am.
And the address of what? Where he lived?
Of his house, yes.
Did you and Rivera refer to each other? I'm sorry, you and Garcia refer to each other as brothers?
Yes, ma'am.
She is. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me because in the other trials, she's testified like on the first day, like as one of, and you know, so they did actually do a couple more witnesses for Donna's trial. Like, they had a couple more witnesses in terms of the order, right? Testify than what they usually do. So it doesn't surprise me. But yeah, I mean, we're going to see her on Monday. Yeah. What a tangled web we weave, except Wendi so far. Yeah.
Moving evidence states 45, Your Honor.
Exactly. No, Your Honor. States 45 is admitted.
Is that you and Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Please silence your phone.
They're just waiting on Donna's conviction. Donna's trial was supposed to be said and done a long ass time ago, but because of all the shenanigans with Dan Rashbaum, it got continued a million times. She was maintaining her right to speedy trial. It was supposed to be done October of last year, Donna's trial. I guarantee you, once they get a conviction on Donna, then they're going to bring charges for Wendi. That's one of the reasons why I've been so excited for this trial. Besides being excited for this trial, is because I'm like, once this trial is done, this has been a long time coming. Like, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Like a day I thought would never come, like waiting for it, you know?
Have you ever been to Tallahassee before you came to this case, related to this case?
Never in my life.
How many times did you come to Tallahassee related to this case?
This case, twice.
So were you with Sigfredo Garcia both times?
Yeah.
Was that one time in June and one time in July?
I believe so.
Okay, and July was the second time is when the murder happened, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it just the two of you on both of these trips?
Yes, ma'am.
The other thing is this, right? Like we said this earlier, those kids are not safe with Wendi. And I mean, maybe not, Physically, maybe, but mentally, no. I don't think that the state is like, oh, it's better for the kids to have their mom until they're legal age. I think the opposite, right? I think the opposite's true. They're going to be in better hands with the Markels than with Wendi. It just goes up saying, like, you know, ugh. You should not have children. Hi, Cece.
Objection states 44. Introduce states 44, Your Honor.
States 44.
Publishing states 44. Who's this right here?
Garcia.
And this?
Katie.
Who's that?
My baby mama.
Your child's mother?
Yes, ma'am.
His baby mom, the good old days. So that's Shrimp. New character, if you aren't familiar. So there's Sigfredo and Katie, right? And there's Shrimp. And there's Lewis. Now, Shrimp was not involved, by the way, in any way for this conspiracy. So you got, out of the four, three of them were, but Shrimp was not involved.
What's her name?
Jessica.
Okay, and that's you there?
Yes.
Was this picture taken before or after the murder?
I can remember.
Well, you can't.
At the time of the murder, was Katie?
You can't just keep the kids away from her, like, you know, like for the government, any government to remove kids from parents' custody, they have to be like, I mean, think about it, right? The parents have to be like breaking all kinds of laws in terms of abuse, like physical abuse, right? Neglect. And then, you know, usually what will happen is like, if you're trying to remove kids, if the state is trying to remove kids from somebody's custody, right? It's usually to start with like Child Protective Services come out. And it's usually a long time, right? They try to, because they want them to stay with the caregiver, right? Whether it's parents or grandparents or aunt, whatever, whoever it is that's their caregiver, right? Parent or guardian. It's like they're going to come and they're going to do checkups. They're going to try to improve things and this or that. And because usually the caregiver is going to try to maintain custody. They try, you know, it's like a long process, right? And it's like after so long, they come by and they're like, and then they find a bunch of shit that's like, oh, wow, these kids are being tied. Anyway, there's so many cases that are just awful. But basically, it takes a lot, in other words, for the state to remove children from people's custody, essentially, is my point. So yeah, I think the state I think the state would rather the kids not be with Wendi. I think they would rather be with Markel, but they can't just take the kid. You know what I mean? They can't, there's nothing they can do. So
With the dentist, was Katie with Garcia? Was she with both?
Both.
He's awesome. He's awesome.
Were you
honestly, you get a better feel for his personality if you watch The Proffer, because The Proffer, he's hilarious and it's just a different situation, right? He's in the room, they're like, he's just telling a story. He's dude, it's so entertaining. This dude's awesome. He's just, the thing is, like, when he's testifying, he's just very serious, and I can understand why it comes off a certain way, especially because he's been in federal prison for a number of years. He's got the tattoos, right? Whatever. Not that there's any, I have tattoos, but just saying, like, I can understand. Oh, and he's wearing prison, you know, he's wearing a prison outfit and he's got handcuffs on. So, like, you know, again, when you look at somebody like that, whether or not you think that they're whatever you think of the person, right? Like at the very least, it's like, oh, they're wearing handcuffs. They're wearing a prison outfit. And he's already said that he was pled guilty and he's in prison. Like, so he's in federal prison. So, you know, you can take from that what you will, but like, anyways, in his proffer though, it's just a very different situation. I think he feels like he can be more himself, and it's just not the same situation. But anyway, the proffer's awesome. If you haven't watched it, highly recommend.
at the time of this murder living with Jessica Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
There's an address on the rental car contract, 1515 Northeast 135th Street, number 14. You recognize that address?
Custody, right? They can't just let someone else have the kids. The Markel, Dan's parents have been fighting since his death to have rights, even as grandparents. Like that's like when they keep talking about the grandparents, you know, with the act that was passed and everything. They've seen the kids. I'm trying to go off of my memory here, like twice in like 12. They are supposed to be they have been granted, right? The Adelsons have the terms that have been established are they are supposed to allow the Markels to be involved in the kids' lives, and it's like sketched out in a certain way. Remember, his parents live in Canada, but like they be there for like they want to be involved, and the Adelsons have managed to keep them alienated somehow without violating whatever the terms were, which is why the Markels fought really hard with the legislation and to get that law passed about grandparent alienation. So, but when you've got custody issues, right? Whoever it is that's been given sole custody, they're going to always start with the biological parent, one or both of them, right? Unless there's a reason, legally speaking, and it has to be egregious, why that parent literally cannot. Like, again, like if there's like, sexual abuse going on, things that are, again, outrageous and have to be like long-term. Because the whole point, and, from the government's perspective, is they want to keep the kids with the parents if the parents are the guardians. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the whole thing. So in other words, Wendy's always going to have default priority of custody of those kids, unless she doesn't want it anymore. If she didn't want it, that'd be different. But look at all they've done. They murdered somebody so that she could have full custody. Let's just go back to that, right? Her and Dan had joint custody 50-50. They murdered somebody so she could have full custody. So she's going to keep full custody. And again, when we talk about the extenuating circumstances where when would she not? Well, if she's deceased or if she's in custody, well then now she that would be the situation where she loses that, right? So, but she's not going to give that up.
Pardon me, yes, ma'am.
All right, let's talk about the first trip that occurred in June. How did you get here?
Wendy's
for that
trying to
trip?
gaslit the shit out of them.
We rented a car.
Who rented the car for the June trip?
The first one.
Again, Wendy moved from Florida to Austin, Texas a number of years ago. And just recently, within the past month or two, she moved to Colorado.
Yeah, if you remember.
I can't really remember.
Yes.
It's so
Okay.
long.
But one of you, either you or Sigfredo?
Right?
Yeah, I think it was Fredo. I rented the Prius. So I
That's great.
Okay, so Garcia rented the car for the June trip, but it was a rental car that y'all brought up here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, and did you
So-
take the same route on
That's right. It takes them actually charging her. And because here's why. If they were to charge her, and I'm not saying this is going to happen. If they were to charge her and somehow she was able to get out on bail or like, and have like an ankle bracelet, type of thing, right? And be out of custody pending trial, the kids would stay in her custody. I guarantee you. What will get her separated from the kids, right, is them charging her and also her being denied bond and being kept in custody physically. That will be what it takes for the kids and then the kids will be placed with Dan's parents.
the trips to get to Tallahassee?
Shit, I don't remember.
Okay, and did he have the paper with the picture of Dan Markel on both trips?
Yes.
And what did you do on the first trip?
We drove out here and we just followed him around to see where he lived and shit. But
Okay, were you planning to kill him on the first trip?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you have a gun on the first trip?
Yeah.
Did you have a gun that you procured specifically to kill Dan Markel with?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a gun that you bought off the street?
Yes, ma'am.
You bought it.
I bought it.
Okay. And were there any other guns in the vehicle for that first trip, if you know?
I think we had two.
All right. And what was the other gun?
It's a 38.
Whose gun was that?
Garcia.
On that first trip in June of
Kyle was
2014,
there,
did
the
you
gallery
and
guy, by
Garcia
the way.
go to Markel's residence?
Yeah.
Sir.
And did you lay eyes on him that first trip?
I believe I passed by his house and scoped him out.
You said,
All right. One thing that's really noteworthy that we get in his proffer. Speaking of things that will come up only at Wendy's trial. I wish I could remember specifically what it is. In his proffer, and you wouldn't know this if you hadn't watched his proffer. Because again, this piece of information has not been admissible yet in all these other trials. It will be admissible at Wendy's trial. In his proffer, he talks about this first trip where they had a failed attempt where they went and they were, scoping him out or whatever. He talks about there's something that happens. What the fuck is it? Okay, I'm vaguely remembering. They're scoping, right. Now I remember. They're scoping Dan out, right? And remember, when they're separated, Wendy lives somewhere else, okay? But Wendy is there because she's like trying to basically, it sounds like, spy on what they're doing and see if they're going to be successful in killing him. Because it wasn't planned. It wasn't planned for her to be there. This is just like her showing up at fucking Trescott, guys. The same thing. She just took it upon herself. She wanted to see what was going to happen, right? Or whatever. Because she didn't live there. It was not planned, but he saw her and they made eye contact. And then she did something funny. I forget what it was. She did something funny, like ducked or ran off or something. And here's what's so interesting. He had never seen a picture of Wendi, but here's the deal. In his proffer, here's what he says. He knew it was her because he knew this was why they were doing the murder, was for Wendi to have her kids. And the fact that he knew that Dan lived alone, except for when he had the kids, and the way that Wendi was just out there, like waiting for them, and like the way they made eye, like basically without having ever seen what she looked like, he knew it had to be her. But the thing is the fact that she was there right waiting for them shows that she had prior knowledge. And honestly, whatever the thing, it's more damning than that. That's just what I remember. I remember hearing, I remember when this came up in the proffer, I was like, oh my God, this might be the most damning piece of evidence against Wendi that is exclusive to Wendi that hasn't been admissible yet. It is like, holy shit. Just saying.
You followed him.
I'm sure it's timestamped.
Or where you followed him on the first trip?
Yeah, I followed him to the daycare.
Okay. How long were you here that first trip?
Maybe I don't remember.
A couple days sound right?
Just a couple of days.
Why wasn't Dan Markel killed on that first trip, if you know?
If I remember.
And also how like Wendi was there, like she wanted, like, it's just, I mean, it's not Fievel, right? But like also we got this lady who's there. She was there anticipating the murder, right? And I'm talking about the failed first trip. And again, the second murder, this time they're like, oh, now you're going to have your little stupid TV alibi, right? But then she goes against protocol, goes against the plan, and shows up anyway on Trescott. It's almost like she wanted to see him dead, like visibly, like lay eyes on it, like, which is a whole other thing when you think about it, right? Because there's no other reason.
Not in front of no kids.
Awful.
He had the kids with him?
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, it didn't happen on that trip.
We lost him. I believe we lost him.
Okay.
And she does it without telling.
When you didn't get it done on that trip, was anyone angry at you?
At me?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
All right. Did you hear at some point that y'all were going to have to come back if you wanted to get the money and do
As far as them not telling the crew, all these people are spending life in prison on her behalf and to protect her and whatnot. Can you imagine? Like, no wonder she did those, the showing up at the scene both times. It's like, no wonder she did that behind their backs, not telling anybody, went against the plan, right? Because it's like, can you imagine? It's like, then what are we all doing this for? Why didn't you just do this yourself then, right? Like, why are we all, but it's kept her protected. I mean, it's really fucked.
the job?
Yeah.
Really
all right. So you did come back in July. Is that right?
I came back.
Just gotta go down, man.
And that's when you came in the Prius.
Yes, ma'am.
And you rented the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And that phone number that you wrote on the Prius rental agreement and wrote brother, that was Garcia's phone number?
Yeah, I think.
You put down, again, the self-snitching. This is how you know they're not real professionals, right? So when they rented the Prius, they used the real names and put down their real phone numbers. Great. So yeah, what I'll do, guys, here's what I'll do. In this video's description, once the live stream is done, again, these are on the playlist, but what I'll do is in the video's description, I'll include the link for the proffer, and I'll also include the link for like the emails, and the interview I think is going to be at the top of the playlist, so it's going to be hard to miss. And again, we watched it more than once, but I'll include like I'll at least include the proffer. I'll put it in the video's description, so that's just easy to find. Yeah, because it's really good.
You took phones with you to Tallahassee for both trips, right?
Yeah.
Did you turn your phone off for the actual murder?
You mean Wendi?
Yeah, I did.
What about Garcia? Do you know if he turned his phone off?
When the murder happened?
Yes, sir.
Shit. Man, I don't remember.
Okay. Did you stay
You
until?
can tell it's just you can't blame him. This is so fucking long ago, and he's like, shit. He's like, you can see he actually tries to think about it. And remember, he's like, I don't remember. It's just very. You know, he has nothing to lose here. He has nothing to gain anymore. It's just like the deals are like he's just testifying honestly, and he's like, I don't remember this. It's been for fucking ever. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, the most honest of the crew. Honestly, I should give Katie some credit at this point, but apart from that, you know, the only people who are taking responsibility and owning up to things.
Tallahassee for a couple nights when you came here the second time.
Uh-huh.
And we stayed for a night or two, I think.
Okay, did y'all rent a hotel room?
Yes.
Do you know how many guns were with you on that second trip?
No, just one.
You only remember one gun on that trip?
Yeah, I remember one.
And that's the murder weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
The one you bought on the street?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was that?
38.
Was it a revolver?
Yes, ma'am.
That is. No idea.
Do you remember an incident where there was a shot fired into the floorboard of the Prius?
There it is.
Did you tell the jurors about
Brilliant.
When we
Brilliant.
was driving home, Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Incredible.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side, driver's side?
Hold on. Watch his face. You can tell he's like, God, we were such idiots. He's like trying. And this is like one of those comedies, right? Like when you think about, I don't even know what it is. Is it like the black and white, without the sound and whatnot? It's like, the crooks that are just like, it's like slapstick where they're just like doing everything so badly that it's like, whatever. I can't even think of an example because there's nothing better than this. This whole shooting a hole in the floorboard is unbelievable. And what as you remember, as he's linking back to this memory, and you can see that he's like trying not to laugh, but like it's pretty great actually. It is fucking hilarious.
The Prius.
Yes.
Could you tell the jurors about that?
When we was driving home, Garcia put the gun out and shot the gas line in the car.
Through the floorboard of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Passenger side or driver's side?
Passenger side.
Okay, and that was the murder weapon that fired that shot?
Shit. I don't remember.
Okay, but he was messing around with some gun and fired it into the car.
Yeah.
And were y'all driving in the car when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Insane.
And did it disable the car?
The car started stopping. Little by little, it just started slowing down.
Okay, and that's the Prius, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How did y'all get the car going again?
We seen somebody that he knew and stopped him and took him to the auto place to get a piece of hose to put it back together.
And the guy that you saw that he knew, are you talking about a local drug dealer
Yeah,
here?
a local the dude they knew, like literally ghetto rig. I think he describes it in the proffer. He might even say they use duct tape. It's insane. But what's more insane is like ghetto rigging it. Like what's more insane is they get the car to work again. And then even more insane than that, the rental company has no clue. It's not until all these years later when they're finally getting closer to solving this thing and they're bringing charges and they track down that Prius. It's not until then that they like lift up the mat, the mats that they have, they lift up like, oh, there's a hole right there. Like, oh, look, there's the gas pipe and like it's covered in whatever duct tape or what have you. It's like, it was just going along all those years working just fine. No one had any idea. It's fucking incredible.
Y'all met on the first trip?
Yes, ma'am.
And that person assisted you in getting some way to fix the car?
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Who was good with cars, you or Garcia? Or both?
Garcia.
All right, so he was able to make a repair to the gas line?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you follow Dan Markel again during this second trip?
Yeah.
Did you follow him to the daycare?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you actually see him drop his children off at school that morning?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you follow him to the gym where he went inside and worked out?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a reason the murder had to be done on the day that it was done?
I believe so. I believe
It was.
He was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo.
Where did he get the information?
Katie.
How did she know?
Wendy.
You think Wendi talked to
Oh
Katie
my
and told
God.
her Dan Markel?
Did you guys see that coming? Did you guys see that coming? Did you guys see that coming? I knew it was coming, and still I'm just like, oh my God, I have to watch that again. You see what I'm saying? This is the only witness we've watched so far. We skipped a bunch of others. Every witness, it's like they do this with every witness. You just have to pay attention. It's like bam, bam, bam. Literally, when I say the little foundation, the little layers that they're doing, let me be more specific. The elements of the charges. What he's describing is an element to prove conspiracy and solicitation for murder. When they are doing this, it's like, it's not just like theoretical. It's like literally it's so strategic to show they're getting the testimony of all the elements. And when you do it, when you charge the people as co-conspirators, right? Things that happened in the other trials with the co-conspirator, like that can come in. Well, depending on who the defendant is, right? Like, well, I could go down a whole thing and it would get too complicated with how this works with this charging scheme when you've got co-conspirators. But the point is that, yeah, they're laying out the element, they're establishing the elements of the crimes. And remember, The other reason this is so crucial for them to do with Wendi is because she's the one that has the derivative use immunity. That's why it's even more powerful when you catch those moments, because it's like, that's what they can do. They can use this testimony. They can't use her testimony. All right.
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Get her.
Markel.
About to leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
Here.
I got it from Tudo.
Where did he get the information?
From Katie.
How did she know?
Wendi.
You think Wendi talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel?
One more time, you guys. This is it. It's this thing. I'm telling you. Glenn's gonna have to change the ending in his book.
I believe so. I believe he was about to leave.
Who was about to leave?
Markel.
About to leave town?
Yeah.
How did you get that information?
I got it from Tudo.
Where did he get the information?
From Katie.
How did she know?
Wendi.
You think Wendi talked to Katie and told her Dan Markel's travel plans?
Yeah.
Were you present for that phone call? Okay. But somehow you learned that Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
So it had to be done that day or was he gone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that came through Garcia to you from Katie.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say Wendi, did you know who Wendi was at the time that all this happened?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but you did know there was a lady that you were helping get some kids back in
Yes,
Tallahassee.
ma'am.
Okay. Were you the driver of the green Prius?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance to see the gym video and the bus video?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving the Prius in those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened when you got to the driveway of Dan Markel?
I pulled up right behind him, and Garcia jumped out and shot him.
How many times did Garcia shoot Mr.
Twice.
Markel? Did he shoot him? Where was the victim when he was shot?
He was inside his parking garage and sitting down on the driver's side on the phone.
And did Garcia shoot him through the window, if you know?
Through the window.
How long would you say you were in the driveway?
Just seconds.
How was it decided which one of you would be the shooter?
Because I wasn't going to do it.
You didn't want to be the shooter?
No.
On the bus video, we see somebody in a white shirt kind of jumping around in the passenger seat. Is that Mr. Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember what was happening when he was doing all that jumping around?
I think he was trying to hide a gun. If I'm not mistaken, he was trying to hide it.
What an idiot.
What did happen to the gun?
It got thrown away.
Thrown away where?
In the ocean somewhere.
All right. Who threw it in the ocean somewhere?
He did.
All right. Was that on the way back to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
At some overpass somewhere between here and Miami?
Absolutely.
Where did you go after the murder? Go home?
I went to stop somewhere to eat, then we went home.
Did you stop at an ATM?
I don't remember.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 30.
He's like, I don't remember. I mean, yeah, they stopped at, not just one, but numerous ATMs where it shows them. I'll just go ahead a little bit. It shows them actually these two fools gun self-snitching. I mean, like, here they are at the ATM, like they're just on camera, and it's just to me, like, there they are. Okay, we're just getting our money, and then we're gonna go buy all these things, and we're just gonna self-snitch the entire fucking thing. And there's the phone call to Katie. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that unusual for her to call you?
Not really. She never calls my phone.
She never calls your phone, but she couldn't get a hold of Garcia,
She
right?
couldn't get a hold of him, so she got in contact with me.
Okay. And at that time, wasn't Garcia living with another woman?
Yes.
And that was the woman that goes by the nickname Shrimp?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's where you ended up rousting him out of, right?
Absolutely.
To go get your money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He's not.
Okay, so he wasn't living with Katie as a family at that time.
Nope.
So when you say that Katie was with both of them, do you mean just that Katie was always kind of off and on with Garcia?
Yes, ma'am.
So she has other boyfriends, sometimes he has other girlfriends, but they always find each other again?
Absolutely.
One moment, please.
Yeah.
All right, tell us what happened when you got your money. How'd you get it?
The only way they had all the info about Dan's daily schedule and all the ins and outs of what, I mean, it's just, it's just, none of this could have happened. Like, Wendi, anyways. All right, so.
Where'd you get it?
Oh, I was in the barbershop.
Could have or
they pulled up to my house, Katie and Garcia, and they called my phone. I think my baby mama called me. I think my baby mama called me. Well, they came to my house.
Okay, Katie and Garcia brought the money.
Yeah, I was in the barbershop. And
Okay.
Katie and Garcia, they went to my house about the money.
I'm gonna go ahead just a little bit. So, because here's the thing, the cross-examination with him is just, oh, here's the stapled money. Cross-examination is another disaster with Jackie Fulford, and it's just great. But they're going to be, there's the things they bought, the motorcycles, cars, what have you. Dump cell phone. Another exhibit. They were going to look at the phone calls, calling the people. Charlie had a safe. That's where he kept the money in. We heard that in opening statements. Okay, now this is a good one, right? So he makes a suggestion for anyone who didn't know this. He makes a suggestion. He's like, why do we have to kill the dude? Can't we just rob the other people? That's a good pause right there. So, okay. All right, here, let's watch this part.
Did you know where the dentist lived?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist had a safe full of money?
Nope.
Did you know that the dentist was going to be paying for at least part of this murder?
No.
And if you had known that the dentist had a safe full of money, would you have driven all the way to Tallahassee to do the murder to then get the money?
No.
What would have been a better idea?
He has knowledge of his own actions and what he's thinking of.
What would you have preferred to do to get the money?
I wouldn't want to rob them myself.
Yep.
Did you suggest to Garcia on the way up to Tallahassee that y'all could just go to whoever had the money and rob them instead of doing this murder?
I mentioned something like that, yes.
But that Garcia said that wouldn't work, right?
No.
See? Crazy.
Nothing further.
Okay. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? There's really just 2 points that are especially great here with what we're watching. So remember, his last name is Rivera. His name is Luis Rivera. So Briar Patch here is going to come up and do some questioning. I guess I'd give her that nickname, Briar Patch. Although remember, there's also the pirate element, so maybe we need to come up with a way to involve that.
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, hold on, I talked over it.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
I said, good afternoon.
He's Mr. Rivera. So he's saying, excuse me, dude. He lets it go the first time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
I said, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school. So when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school. And so you followed him to the school, correct?
At daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed,
right
past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendi Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Well, I love those. I love that answer. That's great. Yeah, I'm fine with that, dude. I would do it. I mean, it's what's fun. You know, with Charlie, they were not willing to throw Wendi under the bus. That's what's so interesting. They were not willing to throw Wendi under the bus in terms of the defense strategy. But he totally, as soon as he got convicted, then he got on the phone with his mom and was like, dude, this is all Wendy's fault, and right? But like too little too late. So they're taking a different strategy where that means Donna's okay with this. Like, let's just make sure. Now you could say an eye for an eye, right? Maybe this was a decision that was made when Wendi was like, yeah, fuck that. I'm not going to come testify for my mom. I don't care if she goes and rots in prison. Who cares? I'm living my best life out here in Colorado, going west, like let her rot in prison and my brother too. Right. And maybe at that point, Donna was like, well, fuck it. Because this is a normal strategy you would employ in a situation like this, right? I think this is normal. With co-conspirators or co-defendants, the normal strategy is throw the other one under the bus. That's what you do. So it was weird when Charlie was not doing it. Same, Lori Vallow, same thing. She could have, throwing Chad under the bus would have been the normal thing, and she would the defendant has to be okay with it, right? So anyway, it's interesting. So any question that is like just clearly like, yeah, this is all Wendi, Donna gave the go-ahead, and it's just what I want to know is did she already give that go-ahead? Was this already their strategy all along, or did that strategy did they involve that strategy only recently? Because it was only recently, when I say recently, literally right before jury selection, is when Wendi was like, I'm not going to come and testify for the defense because I don't want to incriminate myself and right? So it could have been a last minute thing, right? I mean, it was like 3 days ago, probably, that Wendy's lawyer filed that motion to quash the subpoena on her behalf. And it was like, I'm not going to testify for my mom, I'm paraphrasing. And I wonder if at that point, Donna's like, well, fine. Throw her under the bus. Again, add that to a number of reasons why this, for the state, that the strategy, right? Because again, this is all going to happen. It's like you're going to have people screwing each other over. Anyways, it's just interesting. And it's also interesting that Charlie refused to do it. Charlie was loyal to his sister during his trial. And it really is, you know, but the mom, Donna's willing to just, you know, it's interesting. So anyways, what else was I going to say about this though?
Ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
Oh, I think what I was going to say too is like, if it was my, if I would be fine with like letting Donna go free to get Wendi, like not, but again, that's not, I'm just saying like theoretically, like, not that that's the thing that's going to happen. But just to the thought of like, okay, let's just throw Wendi under the bus and make it and try to like lessen Donna's involvement. It's like, as somebody who's followed this case forever. Anyways, okay.
Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, she does it again.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what.
Mr. Rivera.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant.
He even tells her, he's like, look, I gave you a free pass the first time, but you did it again. Oof.
Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what.
Mr. Rivera.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yep.
And what is that?
Like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay. And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
Just hold on to that for a second. Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day, taking your deposition, I presented that to you. You gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
His testimony's
when
been
we were
very
done talking about
consistent.
those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said it was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie McBanois, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markel, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed, and you did that with Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendi Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the two people on the top of the page who have their pictures there, the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. You see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they
She
involved?
just combined them and gave them one of those stupid celebrity couples names with Harvey and Donna. Anyway,
in any of this, and you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor.
that is good testimony. It's not going to be enough. It's good testimony for Donna, right? But you know what? It's really bad testimony for Wendi. So again, I'm fucking fine with it. I'm fucking fine with it all day, every day. Thanks, Tom. Right. That's those are the victims' parents, the Markels. They live in Canada.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
Okay, we're gonna skip past this, and let's just see. I can't remember if there's anything else that goes down at the end of the day here. I feel like it's possible.
Parties can't approach.
Approach. The parties can approach. There's Donna with her headphones on. Not being dramatic because she got yelled at. Let's see what else happens, if anything.
Jury, at this time, we are going to go into recess for the day. The same instruction that you have received since the start of jury selection, not to discuss the case.
Missing the jury. Let's just see, do they put anything else on the record? Whoa, she just made a big face.
Yes.
Watch. What the fuck is that? What is wrong? What was that? I want to know. Her face is very interesting, isn't it? Like, I feel like it says so much even when she's trying to not say much.
And by the time
Got
everyone
yelled
was
at.
reported, we'll expect to get going with the trial by 9:30. Have a good
Judge
weekend. Once again, do not discuss
Okay.
the case. Do not read or seek out any information about the case.
Dismissing the jury.
Monday morning.
I can start that this afternoon, Judge. We're just not prepared to go
Okay.
through the whole thing yet. We've been working on it since the issue arose. And I was told we're about halfway through, about 10 minutes ago, so.
All right. If we can start at 8:30, have the witness, and go through it smoothly, we'll give everyone an opportunity to get some rest for the week.
What they're referencing is doing a proffer. This came up in the previous time, outside the presence of the jury. The defense had one of those objections, right? And then it was like, okay, yeah, we'll proffer the testimony, So they're planning on it schedule-wise. Like, okay, well, now we need to allow time for this since we're going to be going into the weekend. So we're going to come in early on Monday to do this proffer because, so that we can be fair due to the defense's objection. Let's see.
You all prefer to do it that way?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Judge, I just failed to introduce one of the ATM still images. Exhibit 37 would be acceptable to move to admit this.
If you're relying on the same foundation provided by Mr. Rivera, unless there's an objection. No. There you go. State 37 is admitted. Briefly before we leave today, just to go through what has been admitted and has not, it cannot hurt. I have on my chart state exhibits 1 through 34 as admitted, 37 through 47 admitted, 55 admitted, 67 and 68 admitted, 64 admitted with the exception of 88, 88, 89, and 90 admitted, 119 through 128, 119, 120, 122, 123, 124, 126, 127, 128, and 136.
Judge Everett.
Between 119 and 128,
On my list, I have 119, 120, 122, 123, 124.
Oh my
I
God.
believe there was testimony from Miss Maltese about the eyeglass frame and the car, but I'm not sure if that was admitted.
Well done, Kane. Robert the doll. Y'all Google that shit. She does look like that. And you know what's crazy? Apparently this doll is housed in Florida. I don't know is this a Florida legend? Anyway, wow, that's it. She looks like Robert the doll. Very creepy. Very creepy. That was well done. Good eye, Kane.
Was requesting, but then when she said, I'd like to admit state's exhibit, it was 122
Wow.
and 123.
So I will move 121 into evidence at this time.
Wow.
Is there an
I'll
objection?
Google that.
Objection.
And after 128, Your Honor, you showed what else?
After 128, 136, and that's it.
My list. Now we have a demonstrative A and a demonstrative D, which have been used to
Yes.
provide that they're no longer
Okay,
acceptable.
we can skip past them saying all the things that have come in. Da, da, da. Okay, now we're back to the whole thing about coming in early. Okay.
Foundations that need to be addressed prior to the next witness. Have a good weekend, everyone.
So they're coming in at 8:30. And where's Joel? Joel's going to be there somewhere. Of STS. See, I have such a hard time spotting him anymore without his distinctive glasses. I barely recognize him. It catches me off guard every time. Because he had those glasses for so long. And it's anyway. All right. Well, there you have it. The Great Seal of the state of Florida. And it's a lady holding some flowers. Interesting. So Wendi will be testifying on Monday. You know how pissed she's got to be? The thing that Wendi hates more than anything is Tallahassee. And it's really fucking funny that they had her come in for Friday, today, in case she had to testify. And because they didn't get to her, she's going to have to stay there for the weekend, through the weekend till Monday. And you know what, dude? The only thing that could be more of a punishment to her than that, I would suggest, would be being put in prison or being put in jail in Tallahassee, right? Leon County. The only thing second to that would be having to stay a weekend. I mean, she fucking hates it. It's just really fucking funny. I'm like, haha. So she's got to be, because she's not going to go back to Colorado. So she's going to stay through the weekend to Monday. That's fucking hilarious. I hope they take as long as possible to get to her so she has to stay longer. Anyways, right? I love that for her. You can't stand Joel. Oh, I love Joel. We go way back since Murdoch days. But anyways, so what a day. I've got all the pictures, right? For anyone who missed it, there's 300 bazillion new pictures from the Idaho State Police for Brian Koberger case, right? There was no trial, so it's still a case, I guess, call it. But anyways, very interesting things going on, right? You know, we looked at the body cam. So I've got all those pictures. So up next for us, we will be going through those. We will also finish up our last installment of the Custodis trial. And then we have Monday to look forward to. And I'm saying this out loud so I don't forget. I'm going to add in the video's description, this video, I'm going to add the link for the proffer for any of you guys that wanted to see that. And I might chuck some of the other ones in there too that we talked about, like the emails and the interview and stuff too, if I can find. Just sort of see what looks good and stick it in there. That's what she said. So anyways, wow. You know, the other trials really like went so smoothly, right? There wasn't a whole lot of extra drama. Anyway, it's like this trial is definitely kicked it up a number of notches in terms of just like the shit showness, right? And also all the new tea that we're getting. And then like Georgia is just outdoing herself. So props to her, and Sarah as well. Really amazing. Like, wow. So I'm excited for Monday, but that'll be it for this one, guys. Love you guys. Oh, and I need to remember to look at my phone too, because a number of you guys referenced things on my phone. I'm going to do that. I'm going to edit the description, put the links in, and then I'm going to look at my phone. But anyways, I love y'all. Y'all are the best. And we will follow back up. Oh, look, there she is. We'll follow back up with Fivel then on the next one. But until then, squirrel out.